Hello, lovely people of the internet. I am Damien Geppetto, and I'm back once again. We are live, and we have some more Magic the Gathering content for you today. This time, though, instead of playing in the arena, I am going over all of the cards leaked from the new set coming out at the end of the month in what looks like, 11 days? July 31st, I believe. July 30th, 11 days. So a week and a half, let's say. We've got a whole new set of furries, the Bloomburrow set. I'm just going to call it the furry set. I call the last set the cowboy set. This is the furry set, okay? Just deal with it. I make nicknames for everything. Now, I did have a pretty rough day today myself. The arena beat the shit out of me. I went 3-10 fucking around with some less than optimal decks. And yeah, so we're not going to be playing any games tonight. We are not playing games tonight. That's right. We will be just going over all of the cards from Bloomburrow. So, yeah, that's the plan tonight. Hopefully you enjoy a little curveball, a little change of action. I did have a few people ask me to do a review. So this is a hot take review. So I have not really looked at the cards in this set that much as usual. Those of you who've been around long enough know I tend to wait until everything's leaked. Then I go through all of them in its entirety to look at the set in its entirety, the strengths, the weaknesses, that kind of stuff. So that is something we're going to do tonight. And this is going to take several hours, folks. And I just want to let you know, I did not pre-watch. I did not go through with this stuff. This is hot takes. I have no idea other than the 5 to 10 cards that have been leaked that I've seen on Twitter or that people have put in my Discord. Those are the only ones that I've seen. So I do know, for instance, about Maha here. I know about Maha because somebody put that on Twitter and we talked about it on Discord. But other than that, I don't know all of these cards. So we're going to go through and we're going to go one by one. All right, folks. Helga. She is 3 mana in banned colors. 1 green, 1 white, 1 blue. She is a legendary frog, a druid. That is 1/3. Already a little 1/3 for 3 mana. You better be damn good. Whenever you cast a creature spell with mana value 4 or greater, you draw a card, gain 1 life, put a +1 counter on her. I mean, that's 3 good things, but still dies to removal. It's basically like that 4/2 one from the set that can plot. That is 3 mana 4/2 creature. That every time you cast a mana value, every time you cast a creature with a power level of 4 or greater, you draw a card. But that's a 4/2 for 3 mana. This is a 1/3 for 3 mana. So this is already weaker than that. But it does mana value 4 or greater, you draw a card. So that's kind of like whatever that 2 mana. I can't think of it. 2 mana staircase to the sky, whatever it's called. You know what I'm talking about. It's kind of like that in the sense that mana 4 or greater, draw a card. So it's not restricted to creatures. So there is that. That is good. And then you gain a life and you put a +1 counter on her. I don't think this is very playable in Standard. This might be good in Commander. Tap, add X mana of any one color, where X is her power. Spend this mana only to cast creature spells with mana value 4 or greater, or creature spells with X in their mana cost. So, clearly for an X deck, people are going to try this out with the Gold Vein Hydra, 4 ofs. They're going to try it with all of that stuff. But I'm going to just say this is a swing and a miss. This card, people are going to try and make it work, and they're going to realize it just dies to removal. It's a 1/3 that dies to removal. Fuck off. Shit. Alright, Rawl. Crackling Wit. 4 mana for a Planeswalker. Oh, you know I love my Super Friends Planeswalkers. And this is in, is it colors? Red and blue. So 4 mana for a 4 loyalty. Already fine. It's a rat. No, it looks like a rat. It says his name's Rawl, but it looks like a rat to me. So we're just going to call him the rat. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a loyalty counter on Rawl the Cracking Wit. Okay. In those colors, that's amazing. +1, you create a 1/1 blue and red otter creature token with prowess. Okay, so this is very similar to Jaya with the +1, create a monk that has prowess. It's the same thing, but it's a multicolor, which is good with things like Depopulate, because you can basically get a card draw if it gets killed, because it's 2 colors. -3, draw 3 cards, then discard 2 cards. That's fine. -10, draw 3 cards. You get an emblem with instants and sorcery spells you cast have Storm. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, copy it for each spell cast before it this turn. Oh God, it busted. This might actually make Is It Prowess decks worthwhile now. I mean, it's going to be tough to get up to the -10. You think? It seems like it's -10, but whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you put a loyalty counter on it. So here's the hot take on this card. This card's gonna get a lot. This is gonna be here for 3 years, folks. This is gonna get some play. It's gonna fit into some decks. I don't think it's gonna break the game, but I think it's gonna be a fun card to play with. 4 mana, so you cast it 4 mana. It stays out on the board. Next turn, you have 4 or 5 mana to play with. Let's say, these kind of Is It Prowess spell decks. So the next turn you create a, the first turn it comes out, you create an otter. Next turn you probably create another otter, and then you have 4 or 5 mana. So you do a Consider. That's 1 mana. Draw a card. Boom. Put a plus loyalty counter on it. Do another 1 mana spell. I don't know. Play with fire. 2 damage to an opponent creature so that the otter can block. Now the otters are 3/3, right? And you've only spent 2 of your 4 or 5 mana, and you've already put 3 loyalty counters on him. So he's now, first turn he went up to a 5 to create the first otter. Then he went up to 6. Now he's at 8 on turn 2, right? If you have 2 more 1 mana spells, so if you have 4 1 mana spells in your hand for the second turn, he's a -10 already. So that -10 seems big, but in this kind of a deck that you would build for it, with Play with Fires, with Abrades, with Lightning Strikes, with Consider, with minor little 1 mana, 2 mana spells, this guy is going to get to -10. And once he gets to -10, every spell gets copied. Every Lightning Strike is a double Lightning Strike. Shieldred's dead with 1 2 mana Lightning Strike. I mean, it will, like right now, Is It Prowess is not very strong. This will give Is It Prowess a Planeswalker that can actually do something. Chandra at 6 mana is fucking badass, but there's like Jaya's okay, but at 4 mana there's like the 3 mana Chandra is shit still. So this is going to be a good for Is It Prowess. If I get one of these, I will definitely try and play around with it. So let's move on to the next legendary creature here. We got the infamous Cruel Claw, which is a weasel mercenary. It is 3 mana in Rakdos colors, 1 red, 1 black, and 1 of anything, for a 3/3 with menace. So this is a good opposite of Helga, who's got horrible stats and just has some plus side. The Cruel Claw is 3/3 for 3 mana. That's already good with menace. So this is already something you could just throw in any Rakdos deck in the 3 slot, because we're going to lose a lot of stuff like what is the guy that has the ward discard? Graveyard Trespasser. You're going to lose that out of the stats. So this can immediately in Rakdos decks that have a Graveyard Trespasser. Boom. Trespasser out. Boom. Cruel Claw in. Easy swap out because it's got menace. So 3/3. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land card. Oh shit. Cascade into a non-land, basically. You may cast a card by discarding a card rather than paying its mana cost. Oh, this is broken. This is gonna be really fucking strong. All right, so these are 2 colors that aren't super strong in the standard meta right now. Now let me just once again, I am always judging everything based off of standard. I play standard ranked. That is all I play. So everything I say in this review is going to be based on standard rank. Don't come at me with your fucking, but this is what it's for in Commander, bro, or what about Modern? Now fuck off with all your shit. This is about standard, okay? If you want somebody else who's going to talk about Commander, watch another streamer. I deal with standard ranked in Arena exclusively. So that disclaimer aside, yeah, Cruel Claw is going to crack a lot of stuff for Rakdos. I do like the Rakdos Sacrifice combination deck. You're losing the Omnical Anvil. Thank God, I thought that card was one of the most overrated cards that people kept putting in sets. It just ping, 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 ping. And unless your opponent got really screwed with their draw, it just didn't do enough. This is really good, though. Cascading into a non-land card and then being able to, like, cast that card without spending the mana cost. So let's say, let's pick an, I don't know, let's say it's a sacrifice deck, and I get to my Vein Ripper, right? Let's say I cascade into a Vein Ripper with this Cruel Claw, right? So it's turn 4, because I cast it on turn 3. They didn't remove it. It's got menace. They got one creature. I do damage. We cascade into a Vein Ripper. Oh, shit. I only have 4 mana, but I want that Vein Ripper out there. So what do? I discard a land, or I discard some small ball creature, or go for the throat, or something out of my hand, and that Vein Ripper comes out for free. That's big. Anything, Conspiracy Unraveler is broken on this mechanic, but anytime you can cast a spell without paying mana cost, that's really powerful. Being able to exchange a land or a 1 mana spell for a ultimate number, like somebody who's going to figure out a way to get like 10, 15 mana cost spells. Like, for instance, like there's 10 mana spells that do 10 damage to somebody. So, I mean, just imagine if you have this emblem out where every spell is doubled, and then you do the Cruel Claw and you cascade into the, I forget the name of it, the sorcery that does 10 damage to any target. Double that up, you do 20 damage straight to the enemy on turn 4. I mean, I don't think that's necessarily going to be an easy combo to get done. I'm just giving an example. This will be a strong card. This will be a card that you see come out and you will learn really quickly. Remove this immediately. Cruel Claw is going to get a lot of play in Standard. I'm excited for this card. This is the first card out of the 3 that I'm really excited about. Rawl, if I get one, I might fuck around with it, but I might actually just pick some mythics and craft this, because Rakdos Sacrifice needs a little love. Okay, so let's move on. Hugs, Grizzly Guardian. This is a Gruul creature. It is 2 red, 2 green, and X. It has trample. It is a 5/5 for 4 mana. Forget the X. 5/5 for 4 mana. This is already badass. It's a Badger Warrior. It looks like a badass. It looks like if Arnold Schwarzenegger was a Badger. So, fuck yes. All right, I'm down with this. He's got cool fucking shoulder blade armor. I like this. This card's awesome. By the way, artwork so far on all these cards is great. I love the artwork in this game. If we could just get the amount of detail that's put into the artwork into fixing your goddamn shuffler and your fucking matchmaker. God damn it. Okay. Ranting aside. So he's got trample. So 5/5 for 4 mana with trample. And what is the X? When he enters, exile the top X cards of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play those cards. You may play an additional land on each of your turns. So this is going to get it. This is definitely going into all ramp Gruul decks. This is just big creature. This is just big creature. This is Topiary Stompers out. Grizzly Guardian is in. I know it's 4 mana instead of 3, but 4 mana for a 5/5 that you can throw an additional land each turn. That's great ramping. It's got trample. And if you throw it down for 5 mana, you get to exile a card and play next turn. Through the next turn, like, it gets you to the land that way, like late game. Or if you, I don't know, you had one of those, a bunch of treasures from your dead Goldvein Hydra, you throw this out with a bunch of X's, put a whole bunch of stuff out. Well, he can do extra lands, so if you had no lands in your hand, you could cast 2 lands from the exile, and then the next turn, cast 2 lands from the exile. Like, there's lots of reasons people who play Gruul big creature smash with Calamity. This is going to go in staple in all the Calamity decks, guaranteed. He's not going to be able to be copied by Calamity, but he's going to be in those kind of decks. Calamity, the freaking all of the Dino deck type decks. Badger Warriors kind of doesn't fit with that, but we'll see. We'll see with all the creature types as we go along. So, last one in the top row here. Urga, Eater of All. This is 5 mana for a 6/6 in Golgari colors. We got 1 black, 1 green, and 3 of any mana. Now this one's really good because it's only 2 colored mana. Legendary Elemental Cat. Are we finally going to be able to make a cat deck? I hope so. I fucking love cats. Ward, Sacrifice of Food. Okay. Don't sleep on that. That's like almost unkillable right there. You have to have food. Other creatures are food artifacts in addition to their other types and have 2 mana. Sacrifice this permanent, you gain 3 life. It doesn't say your creatures. It just says other creatures. So I think that's how they get around making the ward sacrifice of food. So technically you could sacrifice a creature. It says sacrifice of food, so if you have a food, you could do that. But it also turns every creature on the board into a food artifact. 2 mana sacrifice that you gain 3 life, which is what a food is. So you could you'll have to sacrifice a creature that turns into a food. Whenever a food is put into the graveyard from the battlefield, put 2/+1 counters on Urga, Eater of All. Oh my god. This is a finisher for those artifact decks. It's not the right color. It doesn't have blue though, unfortunately. But this will go with that gingerbread guy and I forget the name of the food guy. The guy that makes all the foods and can turn an artifact into a 3/3. The 2/2 for 2 mana. Can't think of his name right now. I want to call him Gingerbread Man, but that's what he looks like. But he's not called the Gingerbread Man. But anyways, you know who I'm talking about. 2/2 creature that creates a food token when he comes out, and you can tap him, and 3 mana, you turn a artifact into a 3/3 that attacks for that turn. Whatever that food guy is called. That's going to go right in with him. 4 of that guy with Urga, Eater of All. Because, yeah, you're going to create foods like crazy. Interesting idea. So far, decent card design. Out of the top 5 here, 2 of the cards I think are actually going to make it into standard. Cruel Claw and Urga, Eater of All will be played a lot. Hugs Grizzly Guardian will go in, but there's just not a lot of people who play Gruul, big creature. I mean, I think we'll see these 3. You won't see much of the first 2 there. Beza, the Bounding Spring. 4 mana for a white legendary elemental elk. So we're into our singular color legendary creatures now. She is a 4/5 for 4 mana, so it's already value. When Beza enters, create a treasure token if an opponent controls more lands than you. So it's treasure, not stealing land. You don't get to draw another land. Okay. You gain 4 life if an opponent has more life than you. Okay. This is basically like Sunset Revelry into a creature for 4 mana. You get a treasure token. You gain 4 life if the opponent has more life than you. Create 2/1/1 bluefish token, creature tokens if an opponent controls more creatures than you. Draw a card if an opponent has more cards in hand than you. So yeah, this is just Sunset Revelry on steroids. It's a creature that's already valuable at a 4/5. Elemental Elk, I don't think that's going to really fit into much, but there's a lot of elements, so there might be an elemental deck that gets made out of this new set. We'll look at that. Let me get a index card here because I'm gonna finally do like a copy everybody else and do like a top 10 cards. So I'm just gonna write notes down here. So let's go. The infamous Cruel Claw. I'm not going to write Urga, Eater of All because I don't think it's that great. But Beza is definitely going to fit into mono white and Azorius control decks. This is going to take Wandering Emperor away. So Wandering Emperor goes away in standard as at the end of the month. So when the Wandering Emperor goes away, right here, you got 2 or 3 of a Beza in your deck. I mean, this is just, there's so much value on this because even if you only throw it down for the 4 mana, you got a 4/5 creature. That's good. But more than likely, you're going to hit at least something here. Especially if you're in a control deck. You're going to hit the 2/1/1 bluefish creature tokens if they have more creatures than you, right? So if they've got 2 creatures on the board and Beza's the first creature you're throwing out, you've got 3 creatures. You've got 2/1/1s and her. If they have more life, which they probably do if you're a control deck, you get 4 life. If they also have more cards than you, which is, in a control deck isn't very often, but you get 1 card draw. And if oh, by the way, you're bricking on land and they got more land than you, you get a treasure token. Like this is a value. This is what makes standard rotation for 3 years. This is the kind of card that will be in rotation for 3 years because it's just value. Like no matter how you slice the pie, Beza is going in mono white decks. It's going in Azorius control decks. It'll even go probably in token decks, is my guess, because of the 1/1 fish tokens. All right, so Aluge, the Shoreless Sea, 3 blue and 1 of anything. So that's tough if you're not in a mono blue color. 3 of any one color, it makes it pretty monocolory. Its power and toughness are equal to the number of islands you control. Definitely a mono blue. Okay, so this is a creature that's going to go with the Hadi Jin type decks. When it enters or attacks, put a flood counter on target land. It's an island in addition to its other types for as long as it has a flood counter on it. Okay, so that right there makes it worth putting it in multiple colored decks. But I think this is going to go in mono blue decks more than anything else. The first instant or sorcery spell you cast each turn costs 1 island or 1 colorless mana less to cast for each land you control with a flood counter on it. Okay, so this is the new thing they're doing. They're taking powerful, useful cards that people use and put into the play, and they're adding all of their specials onto a legendary creature. This is the new card building direction that Magic the Gathering is doing. This is basically taking the artifact for 3 mana that every turn puts an oil counter on itself, and all of your instants and sorceries cost 1 less. This is basically taking a half of that and saying, well, every time you come out, when it enters the battlefield or attacks, you create a flood counter, which is not always every turn putting a counter out there, but it is basically almost the same thing, because the Timeless or whatever the thing is called, that I think is also overrated, because it's valuable for the first couple of turns, but 3, 4, 5, like less for an instance doesn't matter, right? But because it says cost island or colorless less, that's what makes this mono blue, like literally going to be able to cast 5, 6, 7 mana spells for 1, 2 mana after a few turns. Like, don't sleep on this thing. Don't sleep on this thing, because you're going to be able to cast like Flow of Knowledge, right? Which is 5 mana spell. After a couple turns, you're going to be able to cast Flow of Knowledge for 2 or 3 mana, and keep up all the mana you need for a counter spell and a kickback, and like, I mean, this is going to be strong for mono blue decks, but I don't really play mono blue decks that much. I think they're too limited. But this is a good card. This is solid. These are solid cards here. Maha. Now this is a really good. All of these in this tier seem to be really good. I've already looked at Maha. It's one of the few cards I've seen. So it's 5 mana for a 6/5 flying trample bird. Already really strong. Ward is discard a card. We all saw how strong that is with Graveyard Trespasser. This is a discard deck, but the special here, creatures your opponents control have base toughness 1. This is just a control deck love right here. This is going in. This is going in I'm going to make a discard deck for sure. And probably going to be Dimir discard deck is my thought. So Maha, its Feathers Knight is going to, you're going to see a lot of this card. Because it's 5 mana for a 6/5 flyer. With trample. It's tough to remove. And all your opponent's creatures have base toughness 1, which means all you need is a little. There's 2 and 3. Is it 2 or 3 mana? I think it's 3 mana spell that does -2/-2 to every creature on the board. So it wouldn't kill Maha, but it will kill every other creature your opponent's got. I mean, that's just really strong. And with the protection of Ward, discard a card. I like this rather than Ward 2, because it's easier to get around, but it forces you to take a hit on your card, on your hand. I like that. I like that. All right, Dragonhawk, Fate's Tempest. We got 5 mana. These are all, okay, so 4 mana is 5 mana, 5 mana, and then we got 6 mana on the green. So Dragonhawk, Fate's Tempest is 5 mana for a 5/5. Not super strong yet. Flying, Maha is already better than that. Whenever it enters or attacks, exile the top X cards of library, where X is the number of creatures you control with power 4 or greater. This is another one that's going to go right here with the Badger Warrior. You may play those cards until your next instep. At the beginning of your next instep, Dragonhawk deals 2 damage to each opponent for each of those cards that are still exiled. So it actually gives you a benefit for not playing the exiled cards, which is interesting. So it's going to be... You're going to automatically exile at least one card because of Dragonhawk. So 2 or 3 cards that basically get exiled. But if you don't play them that turn of your next end step. Okay. So if you don't play them, it deals 2 damage for each card exiled. It's interesting. It's still dice to removal. I think it's good, but I don't think it's broken. People are going to try and make it broken, but it's a fair card. Not really the color I like to play with, but I don't think it's busted. I think it's a decently designed card, but nothing like Maha here. Maha is going to be... Maha and Beza here are going to define... They're going to... I mean, I do play Orzhov, so obviously I'm leaning towards these colors, but, I mean, these cards right here are just... beyond value, beyond change the game when they come out. They are shielded. These are both shielded levels of flipping a game on its head. Dragonhawk is just a good card. Lumra, Bellow of the Woods. Sorry, not below. It's 6 mana, 2 of them green. It's a legendary bear with vigilance and reach, and its power and toughness are equal to the number of lands you control. So it's going to be a 6/6 for 6 minimum. With vigilance and reach. When it enters, mill 4 cards and return all land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield tapped. Holy shit. That is powerful. Especially in green ramp decks. This is a finisher. This is a 6 mana finisher right here, folks. Self-mill decks with a lot of land. This is literally Splendid Restoration, which is, I believe, a 4 mana spell. Return all land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. Okay? Splendid Restoration. 4 mana. Return all land cards from your graveyard to the battlefield. That is a 4 mana spell added into a 6/6 creature with vigilance and reach. That is not going to be 6/6 because it's going to mill 4 cards and all of those lands come back. So it's going to be a 7/7, 9/9. This is strong. Dice to removal. There's no ward on it. That's fair. This is what green needs. This is what green is. They're trying to make green super strong and scary again. I get it. This is the type of stuff that I hate, but I think is fair in green. 6, 7, 8 mana cards that completely flip the game and make it like if you are not ready to wipe or remove this card, it's over with. I like this better than I like something like the Vaultborn Tyrant, which they just came out with for 6 mana, which is a 6/6 that gives you 3 life, draws you a card, and then when it dies, it fucking creates itself again, which does 3 life and draws a card. That's way too much fucking value in one card, because if it dies, it fucking doesn't go away. Lumra here is fair. It's pretty strong. I mean, let's be honest, you're taking a 6/6 creature with vigilance reach, minimum 6/6 creature with vigilance reach. Well, unless you're using treasures for it, but whatever. Let's just say it's a 6/6 creature with vigilance reach that is also casting a 4 mana Splendid Restoration for free. That's fucking strong. All right, this song's great. You can tell me you tried. All right, let's go. So out of those, we got 3 cards of the first. So these are the ones that are supposed to be game breaking. Cruel Claw, Beza, and Maha are the ones I really like. I'm not going to build around Lumra, but she's an interesting card. Season of the Burrow. 5 mana, sorcery in white. Okay. This is the new thing, choose modes on these spells. This is interesting. So this is the modular spells. I did like the spree in the last set, so I do like that they're doing modular stuff, making cards more flexible. I do think that's cool. So what does this do? Choose up to 5 of these modular token things worth. Okay. Let's put it up here so you can see it on the first one here. So choose up to 5 modular. I don't know what these things are called. 5 notches worth of modes. You may, if anyone knows the legitimate name of what this thing is. Choose up to 5 notches worth of modes. You may choose the same mode more than once. Okay. So 1/1, create a 1/1 rabbit creature token. For 2, exile target non-land permanent. Its controller draws a card. Okay. 5 mana, remember. 3, return target permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield with an indestructible counter on it. Okay, that's not bad. Okay. So for 5 mana, you could create 5 1/1 rabbits. Okay, let's just break this down. Or you could return a 3 mana or less creature card to the graveyard, from the graveyard to the battlefield with an indestructible counter on it, and create 2 white rabbits. Or you could exile a non-land permanent and create 3 rabbits. Or you could exile a non-land permanent and return 1 card with undestructible. So those are your options on this modular thing. It's a sorcery. It's fine. This is what weenie white players like to do. I don't think it's... I mean, people are going to play it. They're going to think it's great, but I'd rather just have a 3 mana exile target non-land permanent that doesn't draw the opponent a card, right? And then like a 2 mana card that creates 2 1/1 tokens. I mean, I did mention Sunset Revelry earlier. That's the same 5 mana. 2 different spells, but more flexibility. It's not bad. But I just don't think it's game breaking. So 6 mana in blue, 2 blue and 4 of anything. You choose up to 5. What the fuck is this thing called? 5 notches worth of modes. You may choose the same mode more than once. 1 mana, draw a card. So 6 mana to draw 5 cards. That is fucking great. Boom. This one, now this is just This Season of Weaving, this is exactly what blue wants. 6 mana to draw 5 cards. Fuck everything else on this card. It's already good. Like, I don't even need to read the rest of this card. 6 mana, draw 5 cards is fucking great. That's great. What are the other things? Choose an artifact or creature you control. Create a token that's a copy of it. Holy shit. Simulacrum. Holy shit. 6 mana to copy my Simulacrum twice and draw a card? Or copy my Simulacrum once and draw 3 cards? What the fuck? Dude, fuck, they're gonna ban Simulacrum. This card is gonna make them ban Simulacrum. What's up, fellas? Lovely people of the internet. Egotistical and Drew, thank you for coming back. Yeah, but this alone, like 6 mana to draw 5 cards, it's fucking nuts, okay? What is the 3 notches? Does anybody know what this is called? Or can I just keep giving it a new name? 3 penis notches, return each non-land, non-token permanent to its owner's hand. Oh, this is fucking awesome. 6 mana to clear the board and draw 2 cards. Or clear the board and make a... So it does them in order. So it says non-land, non-token permanent. So you could technically, make a copy of your Simulacrum, return everything on the board to everybody's hands, and that copy of the Simulacrum would stay out there. And then the next turn you could cast your Simulacrum again, and the copy would trigger off of the actual Simulacrum. This is really strong. But, like, it's not going to clear all tokens. So, against a token deck, this is not going to be good. But it's non-land, non-token permanents. Which is basically, put all the creatures back in the opponent's hands. Planeswalkers, you name it. This is fucking strong. All right, let's write that down. That's the 4th card that I think is going to change the meta. This is the kind of blue card I like. This is the kind of blue card I like. All right, Season of Weaving. Season of Burrow is nothing. So far, we've got recap, Infinite, Cruel Claw. This is going to change. Standard right here. This is going to be one of the strongest cards so far. 3/3 with Menace. That when it deals combat damage to a player, exile. You cascade your library until you hit a non-land card, and you can cast it by discarding a card rather than paying its mana cost. My example was Cruel Claw. Turn 2, cascade into a Vein Ripper. Discard a land out of your hand. Vein Ripper out on the board for free. Boom. There you go. That's my common thing you're going to see for 3 years. Beza is the second one. Just ridiculous. 4 mana for a 4/5 that does Sunset Revelry as well. Creates a treasure token if they have more lands than you. 4 life if they have more life than you. 2/1/1 Frisch token creatures if they have more creatures than you. And draw a card if they have more cards in their hand than you own. By the way, it's a 4/5 for 4 mana. And Maha, I think everybody knows about Maha by now. Feather's Knight is a 6/5 for 5 mana, flying trample. Ward, discard a card. Creatures your opponents control have base toughness of 1. I mean, that's fucking... Those cards are going to be genre defining. This is the first card in blue, I think. This will be genre defining for blue. Season of Weaving. We just went over it. Choose 5 penis modes worth of... Choose 5 penises worth of modes. Somebody put the... We're going to go with the funniest possible thing for this, because I don't know what the official name of this little notched skull thing, whatever the fuck it is. So, choose up to 5 penis worth of modes. 5 dicks worth of modes. You may choose the same mode more than once. So, once again, they're paws. Aw. Sleepy, they're just paws? I'm sticking with penises. So choose 5 paws worth of modes. So for 6 mana, you draw 5 cards, or 6 mana, you create a token, a copy of your simulacrum, and return everything except your copy of the simulacrum to everybody's hand. This is going to be really big in Commander, by the way. Season of Loss, 5 mana on black. Sorcery. These are all sorceries, by the way. I didn't say that. I'm an idiot. You've been here long enough, you know, I skip over details that are important like that. So 5 mana, Season of Loss. It is choose up to 5 penis paws worth of modes. That's what we'll call them. We'll call them penis paws. Choose up to 5 penis paws worth of modes. You may choose the same mode more than once. These are all the same, but I'm going to keep reading them. I read all of the card. 5 mana. Each player sacrifices a creature. Draw a card for each creature you controlled that died this turn. And each opponent loses X life, where X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard. It's good for a sacrifice deck. Each player sacrifices a creature, makes your opponent have to sack a creature, and you sack a creature, and then you can draw a card for each creature, so that's 3, but you can't do all of them, so technically you could do each player sacrifices 3 creatures, and then draw a card for each creature you control that died this turn, and sacrifice like 3 token creatures, and then draw 3 cards to replace them. That's probably going to be a very useful way of using this modular card. Each opponent loses X life, where your X is the number of creature cards in your graveyard, is going to be useful later game. And, you know, you combine that, like, I don't know, they wiped the board, let's say, and, I mean, they didn't use Sunfall for some odd reason, and so they're in the graveyard. And they got 2 creatures out, you make them sack 2 creatures, and then they lose X life, which is the 5 creatures in your graveyard, or whatever the case may be. It's a decent card. This is decent for graveyard manifestation, sacrifice type decks, which I like to build in Rakdos, so this is definitely good for Rakdos. I give it a thumbs up. I'm not writing it down. It's not changing. It's not changing the meta, but it's useful. All right, so let's snooze the ads one last time. We got Season of the Bowl, 5 mana for a red sorcery. It is, once again, it's got penis paw modules on it. So choose up to 5 penis pod modules worth of modes. You may choose the same mode more than once. All right, for 1 paw, you create a tapped treasure token. For 2 paws, you exile the top 2 cards of your library. Until the end of your next turn, you may play them. And for 3, until the end of your next turn, whenever you cast a spell, Season of the Bold deals 2 damage up to 1 target creature. So it's only creatures. That's kind of limited. It's meh. I mean, 5 mana, create 5 tap treasure tokens. You already got better thing in Goldvein Hydra, because it's a creature that can attack with vigilance and trample on the board, and when it dies, it gets as many as its power, so it's like already better. Exile top 2 cards of your library. That's literally just Ren's Resolve or Reckless Impulse. Those are the 2 spells that do the exact same thing for 2 mana, but you got to spend 5 mana to do this. Sure, you could create a tap treasure token and exile the top 4 cards of your library, but I'd rather just have a 2 mana spell and then keep something else up. So I think this is shit, because the last one's not really that good. Whenever you cast a spell, does 2 damage to target creature. That it seems good, but its target creature limits it. So yeah, sure, maybe you could get the shielded off of the board next turn, but you still got to deal with it for 1 more turn. Because it's 5 mana, you're not really going to cast much after it on this turn. The next turn you might. So I think that's the weakest of these so far. Strongest is Season of Weaving. Second strongest is a tie between Burrow and Loss, and Season of the Bold's weakest so far. Season of the Gathering, 6 mana, green, 2 greens. Choose up to 5 paws worth of modes. You may choose the same mode more than once. By the way, thank you, Sleepy, for calling them paws, letting me know the official thing. I liked calling them penises, but they're paws. Put a +1 counter on a creature you control. It gains vigilance and trample until the end of turn. Choose artifact or enchantment. Destroy all permanents of the chosen type. Wipe out simulacrum decks. Get rid of all artifacts. Get rid of all enchantments. So you can get for 4 mana, for 6 mana, you can get rid of all artifacts and enchantments. It's basically Sunfall, but worse. Draw cards equal to the greatest power among creatures you control. That's the one that's going to get use. So it's going to be 6 mana to draw like 5, 6, 7 cards and put a couple +1 counters on a creature that gets vigilance and trample. So this is going to combine well with the other Smuggler's Paradise or whatever it's called. This is strong. It's not as strong as Season of Weaving. This is right behind it. But so green and blue are the strength in these sorcery season spells. I only think the Season of Weaving is going to completely change things, though. Warren Warleader. We got a 4/4 Rabbit Knight in white. So decent. Offspring 2. You may pay an additional 2 mana as you cast a spell. If you do, when this creature enters, create a 1/1 token copy of it. So it can spawn an offspring for 6 mana total. Whenever you attack, choose 1. Create a 1/1 rabbit. That's tapped and attacking, or attacking creatures get +1/+1 until end of turn. Interesting. As for a go wide deck, I think it's fair. I mean, that's fine. I don't think this is breaking anything. This is for a very specific deck. Maybe there will be a rabbit deck. We'll see how many rabbits there are. I know there's a lot of otters, rabbits. We'll see. But Warren's fine. It's a fine card. Doesn't make me mad. It's not going to break the game. It's not going to change anything. Kitsa, Otterball Elite. This is 2 mana for a legendary otter wizard creature. It is a 1/3 for 2 mana, which is fine. With vigilance, that's good. And prowess, this is strong. Tap it, draw a card, then discard a card. Very good. Cycle through the deck. 2 mana, tap it, copy target instant or sorcery spell you control. You may choose new targets for the copy. Activate only if her power is 3 or greater. Okay. So you have to do 2 instants, or you got to put +1 counters on her. But I think Kits is, especially in Izzet decks like with Rawl here, I think Kits is going to be good. I think this card will be good. I don't think it's game breaking. I think it's a fair card. It's the kind of thing that blue needs. Next one, Rotten Mouth Viper. Holy shit, 6 mana for a 6/6 elemental snake. I like my snakes, but 6 mana is a fucking lot of mana for just a creature. Let's be honest. It's additional cost to cast a spell. You may sacrifice the number of non-land permanent. Any number of non-land permanents. It costs 1 less to cast for each permanent sacrifice this way. So this is a sacrifice deck. You can get it out with a bunch of sacks. A bunch of treasures probably is the best thing to do. Maps, things like that. Get the cost down. When it enters or attack, put a blight counter on it. Then for each blight counter on it, each opponent loses 4 life. Unless that... Does it say 4 life? Does that fucking say 4 life? Each opponent loses 4 life unless that player sacrifices a non-land permanent or discards a card? Jeez Louise, that is fucking... That's strong. That kind of taxation is really, really strong. It's more situational than Shieldred, and this does not have Death Touch. But you could get this out quick. You could get this out turn 3 easy. 3 or 4 easy. It's a 6/6, and it's... So, I mean, it automatically comes in and forces the opponent. It's only good if it sticks around, yeah. That's why I'm saying it's not as good as Shieldred. But it has to be answered. Yes, exactly. All right, ads are starting in 5 seconds. If you don't want ads, subscribe to the channel. That's the simple answer. Pay me money. That's good. It's got to be answered, but it's not. It's 6 mana. It's good. We're going to see a lot of play of it, but I don't think it's going to be as... I don't think it's going to be as game-breaking as people think looking at it, because each opponent loses 5 life for each blight counter. So if this sticks around for 2-3 turns, it's GG. That's you basically want to stick this around. You want this in a sacrifice deck and a deck that you have the revive spells on it. That's what I think. You got to have the revive spells for this. The instant 1 mana creature comes back from when it dies, kind of things. And hope that it doesn't have exile, and everything's exile nowadays anyways. So I don't think it's going to be as game-changing as we thought. But it's decent. Kits is going to see a lot more play because it's only... Yeah, maybe in a discard deck, exactly. Kits is going to... that might fit in my Maha discard deck. But it's legendary. It's mythic, so... Kits is the one I like the best so far because it's 2 mana. So anyways, 4 mana for Storm Splitter, which is a red creature that is an Otter Wizard. This is not legendary. Oh, Rottenmouth Viper is not legendary. That's key. Non-legendary, so you can have multiple of this out on the board. Get used to somebody dropping 2 of these with the... God, I just said the name of the spell and I forgot it. That green Smuggler's Paradise or whatever it's called. The green smugglers that put 2 discard 1 card and then put a creature in your graveyard and then put 2 creatures out. Yeah, put 2 of these out. Boom, immediate 8 damage, or they sacrifice permanents or discard cards. Yeah, that's strong. Anyway, Storm Splitter. Let's go back to this boy. 1/4 for 4 mana with haste. Whenever you cast an instant or sorcery spell, create a token that's a copy of it. Exile it at the beginning of your next end step. This is shit. Unplayable, not even worthwhile. Scrap Shooter. 3 mana for a 4/4. Gift a card. This is the new thing too. Gifting cards. You may promise an opponent a gift as you cast the spell. If you do, when it enters, they draw a card. Reach. Oh yeah, the Storm Splitter's art is cool. It's really cool art, but it's a shit card. This is a Raccoon Archer, kind of cool. Raccoons, we got raccoon. They're doing the furries right. It's got 3 mana for a 4/4 with reach. Okay, so this. Oh, Scrap Shooter. You're talking about. Okay, yeah. You like this one? Sorry. Yeah. That all these similar names. Gotcha. Fuck it. It is sick. Reach when it enters. If the gift was promised, destroy target artifact or enchantment an opponent controls. This is very valuable because this puts in what costs 1 mana. From, what is it called? The 2 mana creatures that are like 3/2. Canker Bloom, I want to say it's called. Canker Bloom, 2 mana, but you spend 1 mana, you can destroy a artifact or enchantment. This is just, when it enters, you can do it. You can keep it in your hand, but it's a 3 mana 4/4 with reach. This is definitely replacing the Topiary Stompers slot, and they'll just ramp around with other stuff. You're gonna see this as a staple in a lot of decks because this is not mythic. This is just regular rare. So we're down to regular rares. That's good. You get a lot more rares than you get mythics. Okay. Caretaker's Talent. Let's do this. That way we can scroll up a little more. No, we can't scroll up. Okay, never mind. Caretaker's Talent is 3 mana. It is an enchantment class. I do like these class time things. They've had this kind of stuff before. Do thank everybody for sticking around through the ads. I appreciate you dealing with the fucking deluge of 3 minutes of ads once an hour because you can't pay me $5 a month or subscribe with your Amazon Prime. I'm fine with that. Either one is okay with me. I get paid from the ads. So Caretaker's Talent here. It's 3 mana. You gain the next level as a sorcery to add to its ability. Yes, we know how this works. So you throw for 3 mana. Whenever 1 or more tokens you control enter, draw a card. So this is for tokens deck. This will go right into my Kaya's tokens deck. It triggers only once a turn, which is fine. You get a free card draw every time you create a token. There are plenty of Planeswalkers and, well, Wedding Announcement goes away, but there's plenty of things that create a token every turn. So its value. This is Takasi is welcome, but only for tokens. But it has upsides in that in the next turn you can spend 1 mana and it becomes level 2. And you create a token that's a copy of target token you control. So it automatically triggers itself on the second turn. If you already have a token out there, that is great. And then level 3 is 4 mana. You're probably not doing that right away. Creature tokens you control get +2/+2. So it turns into an Anthem at the end. This is perfect for a token deck. This is the kind of scaling you need for a token deck. I approve of this. I don't think it's going to completely wreck the game. I think it's fair. I think it does things. The amount of mana you put into it is worth it. This is a well-balanced, well-weighed card. Storm Chaser's talent is 1 mana in blue. Ooh. When it enters, create a 1/1 blue and red otter creature token with prowess. So this is going in Is It decks, and it's going, oh man, this is really good. 1 mana to create a 1/1, and then it has other steps. Okay, so level 2. Level 2 is 4 mana, so you don't have you got a long ways to wait for it to go up if you throw it out on turn 1. When it becomes level 2, return target instant or sorcery card from your graveyard to your hand. Very valuable because you can just sit this out there and wait until there's something to put back in your hand. And then level 3 is 6 mana. When you cast an instant or sorcery spell, create a 1/1 blue and red otter creature token with prowess. Compared to Caretaker's talent, this is just mid. Scavenger's talent. 1 mana black. When 1 or more creatures you control die, create a food token. This ability triggers only once each turn. I mean, this combined in a Golgari deck with Urga, Eater of All. Whenever a food is put in a graveyard, you put 2+1 counters on her. That's pretty strong. I digress. So, it only triggers once a turn. So, you get a creature of yours dies, you create a food. 2 mana for the second level, so you could technically go second level on turn 2. That kind of scaling is important. Whenever you sacrifice a permanent, target player mills 2 cards. So this is clearly in a sacrifice deck. Oh man, sacrifice/discard deck. That is fucking awesome. Or a mill deck. Sorry. So that would usually you're gonna self mill to do that. Level 3 for 3 mana. So you go turn 1, you create a food to. Turn 1, you throw it down, you don't have anything else. Turn 2, pump it up. Yes, all the levels work. To add its ability. That's the key. It says to add its ability. So you always got the first level. You go up to the second level, you got first level and level 2. So level 2, you sacrifice a permanent, target player mills 2 cards, and you sacrifice a creature, you get a food token. So you sacrifice a creature, pick somebody to mill 2 cards, and get a food token. Go to level 3 for 3 mana. At the beginning of your end step, you may sacrifice 3 other non-land permanents. If you do, return a creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it, which means that if it dies, it's exile. This is strong for a reanimation self-mill deck. That's what this is for. Reanimation self-mill. It's a fair card. I don't think it's game-breaking. I think it's what those kind of decks want. My Graveyard Hate will ruin your day, so don't worry about it. 2 mana in red. This is 1 red and 1 of colorless for a class. Once again, artist talent. That is, whenever you cast a non-creature spell, you may discard a card. If you do draw a card, that's good. So you can cycle your deck if you don't like what you got. 3 mana on level 2, so after it comes out on turn 2, the next turn you don't have anything else. Non-creature spells you cast cost 1 less to cast. That's really good. Yep, Latte. I go back. I'm back in Magic. Magic is my main game, Latte. Welcome back, friend. Welcome back, Mod. Yeah, it's my main game. So I do cities on Tuesdays and Thursdays now. So we're doing a new set review here. So for level 3, that's good because this is good for a spell deck. This is for like this is better than the Storm Chaser talent, by the way. This is better than that for the Is It deck. You're going to want this one because you cast a non-creature spell. You may discard a card and draw a card. You may. It doesn't say do it. You may. So if you like what you got in your hand, you keep it. You want to get rid of one. You're flooding. Get rid of something. You need land. Get rid of something. Like yes, non-creature spells cost 1 less to cast. That's great. And then level 3, if a source you would control If a source you control would deal non-combat damage to an opponent or a permanent and an opponent controls, it deals that much damage plus 2. Lightning Strike now does 5 damage to take out Sheolder. That is really good. That is what burn decks need. A little extra oomph. So, it's good. All these are fair cards. Innkeeper's Talent, 2 mana in green. At the beginning of your combat on your turn, put a +1 counter on target creature you control. So it's just, okay, a counters deck. For 1 additional permanents you control with counters on them have Ward 1, so it protects them as well. You throw this out on turn 3, and then automatically put Ward and a +1 counter on something. That's good. If you would put 1 or more counters on a permanent, or 4 mana for the level 3, sorry, I didn't say that. 4 mana for the level 3. If you put 1 or more counters on a permanent or player, put twice that many of each of those kinds of counters on that permanent or player instead. Oh, so it works for counters that are not just +1 counters. So this will work for Planeswalkers, by the way, because they put counters on. So permanent or player, so you could double the amount of poison counters you put on somebody. Oh, say hello to double poison counters, folks. You thought toxic was over? No. This is just going to make toxic even faster. Every single spell you cast on your Rot Priest will now put 2 poison tokens. That's crazy. This might end up being busted. This is the first card that might just bust the game because of that. Like I said, with toxic, with poison counters. Because 10 poison counters you lose. Like Proliferate does poison counters, right? Like yeah. It's in green, so it's not in the Dimir Proliferate deck colors, but yeah. They might splash green just for this thing. Anyway, yeah, that's the strongest of all of these. But they're all kind of for a specific type of deck, so I don't think that's a problem. We are going through the rares right now. Valley Questcaller, 2 mana for a Rabbit Warrior. We do have a lot of rabbits in this deck, huh? And they're all in white. So white is rabbits, otters in blue and red. What is it? Squirrels in black, frogs in green. Fair enough. Themed. Whatever 1 or more rabbits, bats, birds, and or mice you control enter scry 1. Holy shit, Deep Cavern Bat is going to give you a scry as well as steal your opponent's cards. And it's a 2/3 for 2 mana. Staple for 3 years, folks. Staple in every fucking Orzhov deck for 3 years. Other rabbits, bats, birds, and mice are +1/+1s. Rabbit bird deck, baby. Or rabbit bat deck, I mean. Rabbits and bats. Because Deep Cavern Bat's already very genre defining. 2 mana, steal a card from your opponent. Take their removal. Imagine if you throw that out, you steal the opponent's card, you also get to scry 1, so next turn you could curate your deck, and it's not a 1/1 anymore, it's a 2/2. Because this stupid rabbit's out there. So now they got to get rid of this, but the rabbit stays out there as a 2/3. Yeah. This is going to be a staple. You're going to get tired of this. It's going to be an enemy in so many different types of decks. You can make a rabbit deck, you can make a bat deck, you can make a bird deck, you can make a mice deck. Like it just gives anthems to so many creatures. That it doesn't have to be a rabbit deck. This could be the only rabbit in your bird deck. This could be the only rabbit in your mice deck. Let's write it down. Goes on the list. Valley Questcaller. What is Skewer? Hit the card on that, please, Drew. Hit exclamation card. Here, I'll do it. I'll show you. You're newer here. You can do this. Which one? Skewer Slinger or I'm guessing 1? Is that the one you were talking about? Or are you looking at Skewer the Critics? It's a creature, 1 in red, Dwarf Knight. Whenever it blocks or becomes blocked by a creature, it deals 1 damage to another creature. Oh, Skitter. Whoops. Oh, shit. There we go. This one is what you're talking about. Lord Skitter, Skewer King. Sewer King. 2 and a black. Legendary creature, rat, noble, 3/3. Whenever another rat enters the battlefield under your control, exile up to 1 target. Card from opponent's graveyard. Yes, it's a very, very strong card. Ready for another beefy counters deck? Yeah. Yeah, I mean, there's counters decks are going to definitely be beefy now. That's the one you were talking about there, I'm guessing. Drew, yeah? Is that the one you were talking about? Lord Skitter, Sewer King? Yeah, he's a good cat, good rat. All right, so Valley Flood Caller. We're on our callers. These are the callers. All right, ding, 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 ding. Call them. 3 mana blue, 2/2. It's already shit. Flash. You may cast non-creature spells as though they have flash. All right, that's fine. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, birds, frogs, otters, and rats you control get +1 until the end of the turn. Untap them. It's all right, but it's too much conditional shit. This could work with the rabbit, but it's non-creature spells with flash, so that doesn't really do much. It just non-creature spells as flash means artifacts, enchantments, and sorceries, because instants are already better, the same as flash. So yeah, Valley Quest Caller is way better than Valley Flood Caller. Valley Rot Caller. Squirrel Warlock for 2 mana. It's a 1/3 with menace. That's fine. Whenever it attacks, each opponent loses X life and you gain X life, where X is the number of other squirrels, bats, lizards, and rats. Oh, well, this. Valley Quest Caller, Valley Rot Caller, yes. Okay, so they're all kind of working together with each other. This adds squirrels, bats, lizards, and rats. And this is rabbits, bats, birds, and mice. So the key here is that this doesn't work with rabbits. This is bats. So squirrels, bats, lizards, and rats. So Valley Rock Caller with Lord Skitter, Sewer King, and the Deep Cavern Bat. Yeah. They lose X life and you gain X life. You got 3 Deep Cavern Bats out. Attack with this thing. That's 3 damage to them, 3 life to you. Oh, Lord Skitter King, by the way, 3 mana. He creates a rat every turn. So it's just good. Yeah, this is a go wide. Yeah, they're both good. The 2-drops are great. Let's write this down. Valley Rot Caller. That is a good card. Valley Flame Caller, 3 mana for a 3/3. Already fine. If a lizard, mouse, otter, or raccoon you control would deal damage to a permanent or player, it deals that much damage. +1. Shit. It's alright, but whatever. 1/1 for Valley Might Caller. It's too specific. If these specific creatures would do damage, they do 1 additional. Like, you have anthems that automatically do better than that. So this is... It's a base. For a rare, it sucks. If this is uncommon, fine, but it's not worth a rare. Valley Might Caller, 1 mana green. It is a frog warrior. That is a 1/1 with trample. Whenever another frog, rabbit, raccoon, or squirrel you control enters, put a +1 counter onto it. Okay? +1/+1 counter. Alright, for a 1-drop, this is good, because it's got trample. And then frogs, rabbits, raccoons, and squirrels. So once again, depending on the color, depends on which ones they work. So, like, if you do the counters type deck, you've got Might Caller. Counters are typically Selesnya, white and green. So that would be frog, rabbit, raccoon, and squirrel. So you got the 2 common ones are rabbit. That's it. So that's it. So you would have to make a rabbit deck and throw this frog warrior in it. But he wouldn't get a +1, but anytime you threw any rabbit down, you'd put a +1 on him. So I think it's good. Nothing special. Essence Channeler. 2 mana for a white 2/1 bat cleric. Oh, we're making more bats too. Remember, bats with these anthem type things. Essence Channeler. It's a bat cleric. I love my clerics too. Goes in my cleric deck. As long as you've lost life this turn, it has flying and vigilance. Oh shit. So do damage to yourself and flying vigilance. Sweet. Whenever you gain life, whoops, let's go up a little higher so you can see it, so you can read it. What is it called? Essence Channeler. Okay. As long as you lost life this turn, it has flying and vigilance. Whenever you gain life, put a +1 counter on it. Oh shit. Oh, that's good. Whenever it dies, put its counters on target creature you control. Oh, this thing. Essence Channeler is good. This is basically a better version of the Voice of the Blessed. It doesn't have the indestructible Voice of the Blessed, but this does what the Beastmaster, Questing Beastmaster, I want to say it is, the 2 mana 2/2 creature that whenever you throw a creature, it puts a +1, and when it dies, it adds all its +1s to another creature. It does that, but it also has the Voice of the Blessed, put a +1 counter on it whenever you gain life, and it also has, it automatically flies and has vigilance if you lost life this turn. So as long as you run this with like a, what is it called? The Phyrexian, the card draw machine? The 3 mana black, draw a card. Every turn you draw an extra card every turn that does 1 damage to you. Or you put it with like the, create a 1/1 might, do 1 damage to yourself. Basically, you want to put it with something that's going to do some way of doing 1 damage to yourself every turn. So the thing has flying and vigilance every turn. This is going to be super strong, Essence Channeler. Next is Azure Beastbinder. It's on my list now. And I'll go through and I'll look and I think I'm going to finally, for the first time ever, do like a top 10 cards off this set, just like everybody else does, because fuck it, I'll follow the trend on some things. So 1/3 for Azure Beastbinder. It is a creature, bat, rogue. So once again, bat. It's a 1/3 with vigilance. It can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or greater. So anything that could kill it can't do it. When it attacks up to 1 target artifact, creature, or planeswalker an opponent controls loses its all abilities until your next turn. If it's a creature, it also has base power and toughness of 2/2 until your next turn. I mean, you could just basically... That's pretty good, because what it does is... It gets rid of all that special stuff. You could shut down a creature making artifact, or you could take the strongest creature on the board that has a lots of specials, like, I don't know, Atraxa maybe. Turn Atraxa into just a simple 2/2 creature that loses all of its abilities. No more Death Touch, no more Vigilance, no more Flying, no more Lifelink. Like, Atraxa as a 2/2 base creature is nothing. And then every turn, by the way, which can't block it, only creatures with power of 1 can block it. So it's basically unblockable, except by tokens. It only does 1 damage, but every time it attacks, it gets to do the same thing again. So, I mean, you can line up 3 tokens to block it and kill it. Like, there's ways to kill it, don't get me wrong, removal too. But this is going to be annoying is what this is going to be. It's going to be annoying. I don't think it's going to destroy things. Could use equipment on it too. Yes, very, very true. And you can put +1 counters on it as well. Sleepy. This is good. These are both good. I think the Essence Channeler, because life gain is such a strong way to play right now, and blue is not the super strongest for creatures, Essence Channeler is way better. Cruel Claws Heist. Another claw. Okay. 2 mana for a sorcery. Gift a card. You may promise an opponent a gift as if you cast it. If you do, they draw a card before its other effects. Target opponent reveals their hand. Oh shit! You make them draw a card, and then you look at their hand. Choose a non-land card from it. Exile that card. If the gift was promised, you may cast that card for as long as it remains exiled. and mana of any type can be used. Holy shit. So, 2 mana, your opponent draws a card, you gift it every time you're going to gift it. Every fucking time you gift this. Every fucking time. Because by gifting them the card, when you discard the card from their hand, you now get to play it from exile. So not only are you discarding a card from their hand, you're taking that card and get to play it whenever you want. This, I thought Binding was a good discard. This is discard. Wow. We're definitely making a discard deck. Cruel Claw's Heist. Very strong. Festival of Embers. 5 mana for an enchantment. Yeah. Discard does seem pushed. I agree. Enchantment. During your turn, you may cast instant and sorcery spells from your graveyard by paying 1 life in addition to other costs. If a card or token would be put into your graveyard from anywhere, exile it instead. So we already have a 2 mana Rest in Peace that exiles cards. Sacrifice it for 2. Well, you can't sacrifice Rest in Peace, but that's shit. Fakoon Greenshell. 5 mana, 2 of them green, in green for a 4/6 elemental turtle with reach. 4/6 for 6 mana, it's got reach. As long as you control 10 or more lands, creatures get +2/+2. Aclazotz and Investigator are already available. I know, Sleepy. Yes, no. Liliana's going away, I believe, though. I believe Lily goes away, right? Lily's still there, too? Oh, shit. Lily, Aclazotz, Investigator, Cruel Claw's Heist, and then you got all of those 1/1 creatures for 2 mana that just discard cards. You also have other type of discards. She's Dominaria. Okay, cool. Oh, yeah, discard's going to be so strong. I think we're going to do a Dimir discard, not a mono black, though. All right, so this is, once again, for a ramp deck. Whenever it or another creature you control with toughness greater than its power enters, look at the top card of your library. If it's a land card, you may put it on the battlefield tapped. Otherwise, put it into your hand. So it draws an extra card if you have big bootied creatures. This is interesting. You're going to have to build a deck specifically for it. I think it'll see play. I think in ramp decks, it will be strong. Giving all your creatures +2/+2 once you get to 10 lands is strong. But how often do you get to 10 lands unless you're an idiot like me who plays control and is always getting there in these stalemates? It's all right. Still dies to removal. I think people are going to make this out to be a big card when it's just not that great. 6 mana cards got to really change the game. Like, a 6 mana card's got to win the game. 6, 7 mana cards have to win the game. They have to basically be like, if this card is there for 2 turns, you lose. Like, that's what a 6, 7 mana card has to do. Card that I mentioned earlier that does that already. Vaultborn Tyrant. 6 mana. 6/6 with trample. That draws you a card and gives you 3 life. And when it dies, it creates another 6/6 token that draws a card and does 3 life. Like, that's... It's 5 mana. Sorry, I said 6 mana. You're right. Thank you. 5 mana for a 4/6 is fine. It's all right. Somebody's going to find a way to make it work, but I don't think it's going to change the meta. I'm talking about cards here. Okay, so we have our first rotation in 2 years, folks. We had no rotation last year. I'm talking about cards. When I say this card is, I'm talking about cards that you are going to get sick of for the next 3 years. I'm talking about cards that are going to change the way people build decks. Cards that are going to go into every single deck of that color. Jackdaw Savior. 3 mana, 3/1 for a flying bird cleric. I love my clerics. It's a bird that has a lot of synergy with this deck. When it or another creature you control with flying dies, return another target creature card with lesser mana value from your graveyard to the battlefield. It's not very good. Too many ifs. It's got to be a flyer that dies. It's got to be lesser mana value. This is not very... For a 3 mana for a 3/1 flyer that does no ETB, get the fuck out of here. It's shit. Portent of Calamity, X plus 1 blue. Reveal to the top X cards of your library. For each card type, you may exile a card of that type from among them. Put the rest in the graveyard. So for graveyard decks, for surveil decks, you may cast a spell from among the exile cards without paying its mana cost if you exiled 4 or more cards this way. So this is a 5 mana cost. You're casting it for 5 mana, looking at least 4 cards. Whatever you can exile, you exile, and then you cast them for free. Then put the rest. Okay. If you exile 4 mana cards this way, then put the rest of the exiled cards into your hand. Okay. So you exile a card from that type among them. So, I mean, technically, you could still draw. So this is still a possible 3 mana draw 2 cards. So you get rid of X, each card type. So if one's a land and then it's a creature, or land and an instant, you exile both of them. Yeah, you don't get to cast them free, but you put them into your hand. So technically this could be used as card draw as well, although you want to do it for 5 mana. This is a decent card. I don't think it's going to break the game. I think some people will find it useful for specific decks, specifically the Surveil put into the graveyard decks, because everything you don't, so like when you draw a bunch, everything you don't exile goes in the graveyard. So that's useful. So yeah, but it's just too particular. Coiling Rebirth, 5 mana, black sorcery, gift a card. Promise an opponent a card before it does its shit. Return target creature card from your graveyard to the battlefield. Then if the gift was promised and that creature isn't legendary, create a token that's a copy of that creature, except it's a 1/1. Ooh, I can see. Okay, so it's just a 5 mana revive. Yeah, it's sorcery, you're right with the card draw stuff. But, I mean, you get a free cast. You could get a free cast on a 9 mana, 10 mana spell for 5 mana. Yes, Sleepy. Like, that's why I said it could be useful in specific decks. Think casting, Multiverse for free. Or Conspiracy Unraveler for free. Like, there's reasons to, like, think that in the right blue deck it'll be good, but it's very specific. Coiling Rebirth is just a revive card that if you give your opponent a gift of they get to draw a card, you make a token of the creature you put out. So let's imagine Golgari, you put out a Titan of Industry. Now you can make a 1/1 copy of the Titan of Industry that also makes another 4/4. So for 5 mana, you could put out 4 creatures and gain 10 life. Like, Coiling and the Snake going to be mad annoying if they hit turn 5. Yeah. That's true. Yeah, you can make a copy of that snake. That's a good idea. Very, very true, Drew. Thank you. Good. Thinking outside the box. I think this is just, it's rare. Usually the Rebirth cards aren't rares. That's the problem with this card, is it's rare. This card should be, but what it does is makes a token if it's not a legendary, so it can be strong. But it's a 1/1 token, like, still dies, cards still die to removal. I still run 4 Sunfalls in almost all of my control decks, so Sunfall ain't going anywhere, folks. Sunfall, Sheoldred, and Atraxa still dominate the meta. I don't care what anyone says. I still haven't seen a card that is going to dethrone those 3 cards, which literally define the meta. Tell me another card that defines the meta more than Atraxa, Sheoldred, and Sunfall. There's cards that are close to it, but those 3 cards right now are the 3 defining cards of our meta. Atraxa for domain ramps, Sheoldred for creatures, and Sunfall for control wiping. Everything else is good. Alright, Heartborn Battler. 5 mana in red. It is a 2/3 with haste. Whenever a player casts their second spell each turn, it deals 2 damage to target opponent. This will be great in Commander. This will not be anything in Standard. It's a rare. It's not worth your time. Move on. Keen-Eyed Curator. 2 mana of green. So 2 green forests for a 3/3 Raccoon Scout that's juggling mice. And is that a shark it's juggling? This motherfucker's juggling sharks? Motherfucker, raccoon juggling sharks. What the fuck's going on in this crazy realm? Keep me the fuck out of Bloomburrow. That's all I'm saying. I'm fine with Phyrexia, but Bloomburrow, this is a little weird. I don't want to run into any Raccoon Scouts juggling freaking sharks. Damn, Sharknado's supposed to be like a joke. Anyway, so it's a 3 for 2 mana. This is already going to be pretty much a staple for green decks. But it is rare, and it's not a legendary, so that means you could have a 4 of this. As long as there are 4 or more card types among cards exiled with him, it gets a +4/+4 and has trample. For 1 mana, you exile target card from a graveyard. This is a good card. This is a new staple for green. All right, we're writing this one down. Just useful. All around useful. 2 mana for a 3/3. Great. You got board. You take over the board. On turn 2, you go. Your opponent's throwing 1 land down. It's a tap land. On your turn, you now have a 3/3 on the board. Next turn, you can exile a target card from a graveyard. You exile 4 different types of cards: a land, a creature, a sorcery, an instant. Obviously, I'm just throwing 4 out there. Boom. It gets 4/4 and has trample. Now it's a 7/7 with trample. Now, it doesn't say once per turn exile card. So you can self-mill yourself. Let's say turn 3, I don't know, 2 mana, mill yourself, exile 1. Turn 4, guess what? Exile 3 more cards and it's a 7/7 on turn 4 with trample. Mono Green's going to get even stronger. This is a perfect 2-drop from a Mono Green deck. Or for a Gruul deck. It's strong. I don't play green usually, but it's strong. Whisker Veil Forerunner, 4 mana for a 3/4. It's a Mouse Bard. Whenever it becomes a target of a spell or ability you control for the first time each turn, look at the top 5 cards of your library. You may reveal a creature card with mana value 3 or less from among them. You may put it onto the battlefield if it's your turn. If you don't put it onto the battlefield, put it into your hand. Put the rest on the bottom of your library in random order. You're thinking Snake Tyrant and Smuggler Surprise? Yeah. Yep. Makes sense. So far, but... Alright, so 4 mana for 3/4. It's got Valiant, which is fine. I mean, so far the set's pretty strong. I said it was going to be a mid set. I'm still sticking to that right now. I haven't seen any game-breaking cards in the cards that should be game-breaking. There's some good cards, but... I've written 9 down and we're almost done with the rares? Okay, that's pretty weak. All right, so Whisker Veil Forerunner. I think this thing is just okay. It has to become the target of a spell or ability you control. So you're going to have to do something to it. And once a turn. Hail Satan Macker. Welcome back, friend. It's got to be targeted. You look at the top 5 cards of your library, you can put a creature card, mana value 3 or less, onto the battlefield if it's your turn. Like, okay. Convoke's already better than this. So people are going to think this is going to be good, but this is just too slow for these kind of decks, for the throw creatures, 3 mana creature out. One more Elspeth puts a 3 mana out by looking at the top 5 cards of your library. And guess what? It gets a shield counter. Already better. No Valiant, like you got to do an extra bullshit to it. So it seems okay. Art's decent on it, but I don't think this card... I think people are going to play with this card and realize it's just mid. And it's going to fall away. Dowerport Mage. Now, this might be amazing in fucking limited drafts. Don't get me wrong. But I always talk about standard. Dowerport Mage. This is a 1/3 Frog Wizard. Whenever one or more other creatures you control leave the battlefield without dying, draw a card. Okay. And it does it for itself. This is going to go into, like, with the Pixie, the Nurturing Pixie thing, that could kick something back. You're going to get that in Azorius now, because the Pixie will kick something back. They'll kick a creature back, and then you get to draw a card with this Port Mage. 2 mana and tap. Return target creature you control to its owner's hand to tap. So, Bristlebud Farmer. Is this in the new set? Big score, okay. Plant Druid 5/5 trample when it enters the battlefield, create 2 food tokens. Yeah. The food tokens are going to be really big now. Whenever a Bristleback Farmer attacks, you may sacrifice a food. If you do, mill 3 cards. You may put a permanent card from among them into your hand. Okay. Interesting. Yeah, 5/5 trample for 4 that's already strong. That's the way green creatures are supposed to be, though. They're supposed to be super powered because they don't have removal spells and they have very minimal protection. Wick, then they used to not have card draw, but now green seems to have a lot of card draw. Wick the World Mind, 4 mana in black for a 2/4 rat warlock. Whenever it or another rat you control enters, create a 1/1 black snail creature token. If you don't control a snail, otherwise you put a +1 counter on a snail you control. So the first time a rat comes in, you make a snail, and then every time another rat comes in, you put a +1 counter on that snail. Oh man, so in Grixis colors, 1 blue, 1 black, 1 red, sacrifice a snail, it deals damage equal to the sacrifice snail's power to each opponent, then draw cards equal to the sacrifice creature's power. I mean, I guess this is kind of like trying to do something similar to Toxrill, but at a lower level. I don't think this is going to be that great. But, I mean, somebody's going to make a rat deck. It makes rat decks a little bit stronger, so I don't have a problem with the card. I just don't think this is going to change much. Byway Barter. 3 mana for a 3/3 and red with Menace, already decent. When you expend 4, you may discard your hand. If you do, draw 2 cards. You expend 4 as you spend your 4th total mana to cast spells during a turn. So whenever you spend 4 mana, you could discard your hand and draw 2 cards. Interesting. So this works for... This might work for a mono red aggro, but I just don't see how this fits into... There's already cards that do this. There's already a case that you discard your hand and draw 3 cards every turn, right? Or is it 2 cards? There's already a case that automatically does this. You don't have to spend 4 mana, so it's all right. It's a 3/3 with Menace. For 3 mana, it's all right. But for a rare, it's nothing special. It's not worth your rare. Paw Patch Recruit. 1 mana for a 2/1. Very good. Very good. Already good. Offspring 2, you can pay an additional 2, and you make a 1/1 copy of it. Oh, it has Trample as well. 1 mana for a 2/1 with Trample is fucking strong. Whenever a creature you control becomes the target of a spell or ability an opponent controls, put a +1 counter on target creature you control other than that creature. So every time a creature gets removed, you get to put a +1 counter on any creature you want that's not the creature getting removed. Or if they do a minus... let's be honest. Target of a spell or ability opponent controls on your creatures is usually a removal. It's not always, but removal, or that could be like Jace doing a -3. But for the most part, that's removal. It could be like an enchantment, one of those negative type enchantments or whatever. But interesting. This is really good for 1 mana. This is value. I'm not writing this down because I don't think this is going to be one of the top 10 cards I have in the review. But this is quality, and you're going to see a lot of people with 4 ofs in all of their mono green decks. This is going in green decks. Anything 1 mana for a 2/1 with Trample already is good. That's already value. All the extra stuff it does is just icing on the cake. Starfall Invocation. All right. Can't really read this, can you, behind me? Here, let's do this. Let's move me down. We'll do that. All right. What's up, VDC? Yeah, we're doing a set review. Hope you're well. So, Starfall Invocation. Now you guys can read all this, and I don't have to worry about scrolling all the way down. Gift for 5 mana. It's a sorcery in white. Gift a card. We don't know what this is now. Give your promise to give an opponent a card. 5 mana. Destroy all creatures. If the gift was promised, return a creature card. Put it into your graveyard this way to the battlefield under your control. Okay. It's a decent wipe, but it's not better than Sunfall, which is the same mana cost. So, this is not replacing Sunfall in very many decks. This is decent if you are a creatures deck and want to run a couple of wipes, because your big bad creature, you just give them a card draw and your big bad creature that's on the board comes back and their whole board's gone. But for 6 mana, you can do that with a Planeswalker. Name the Eternal Wanderer. Throw the Eternal Wanderer out for 6, -4 the Eternal Wanderer. Get rid of every card on the board except for one on each person's board. So, and it also is a Planeswalker that could do a lot more. This is not replacing Sunfall. It's mid-range creature deck. Absolutely sleepy. It's a worse wipe than Sunfall. But it's got its places. Give your opponent a card draw and one of the creatures on the board. But now realize this. Here's the kicker to this though. This is what makes it good though for a control deck. I'm gonna steel man my own argument here, saying that it's not better than Sunfall. Okay, destroy all creatures. If the gift was promised, return a creature card, not from your battlefield. A creature card put in. Oh, it's put into your graveyard. Never mind. So it's only your creature. So I was thinking you could steal someone's Atraxa, but you can't. If it wasn't put into your graveyard, if it was return a creature card put into a graveyard, this would be better than Sunfall. But because it's in your graveyard, no. Wishing well. Okay, I'm back on my original horse. 4 mana for a blue artifact. Put a coin counter on it. When you do, you may cast target instant or sorcery card with mana value equal to the number of coin counters on it from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. If that spell would be put into your graveyard, exile instead. Activate only as a sorcery. It's too expensive. 3 mana, this would be good. 4 mana, it's too expensive. But you can tap it every turn. And eventually you can cast everything from your graveyard. I mean, you just tap it every turn and put a counter on it. And whenever you do that, you can cast something. Yeah, it's equal to the counters. Equal to it. Oh, shit. Yeah, this is shit then. It's only equal to the counters. Yeah, it's shit. It's not equal to or less, so it's shit. Yeah, that's shit. That's absolute dog shit. Thank you for pointing that out. 3 mana, black bat warlock named Darkstar Augur. This is a 2/3 bat for 3 mana. It's got an offspring for 1 black mana. You may pay an additional 1 and you create a 1/1 token of it. That's pretty good. This is the best offspring I've seen. But offspring's been 2 mainly. So this is 4 mana for a 2/3 and a 1/1. That's fine. It's flying. So the 1/1 will be a flyer as well. At the beginning of your upkeep, reveal the top card of your library and put that card into your hand. You lose life equal to its mana value. So it draws an extra card, but it could hurt you bad. That Kaya does 7 damage. Multiverse does 7 damage. Like, there's a lot of stuff you want in a black deck. We're just going. This is my first go through devs. So, if it's a land, it's free. Yeah, if it's a land, you don't take any damage. But this will be good in a mid-range deck. And this will be really good in a life-gaining deck. But remember, there was a creature before that I said was one of the ones I wrote down as one of the best creatures here. Where is it? Oh, wait, we passed it. It's my cleric. Okay, bat cleric. Essence Channeler. Another bat, okay? So thinking Orzhov. As long as you've lost life this turn, Essence Channeler has flying and vigilance. So that card combined with the other bat, it does damage to you. You get flying and vigilance with it. And this is also gain life, so you're going to put it in a life gain deck. So you just gain life to mitigate that. And if it's a land, it's free, correct. So I think this will go in life gain decks. I think this is a good card. I don't think it breaks the game. I think it's fair. I like the scalability of going for 3 mana for a 2/3 or 4 mana for a 2/3 and a 1/1. Both flyers, both bats. It's good. They're warlocks too, so it's going to work with the whole outlaw thing and the last thing, Outlaws of Thunder Junction. But to answer your question, devs, so far I think it's a solid set. I think it's weaker than the Outlaws of Thunder Junction, though. There's some good cards. With the rotation happening, you're going to get a lot more cards from this set that go in than you would normally, just because we're losing a lot of cards and they're going to automatically, people are going to automatically just go to the last set. But so far I got 9 cards I wrote down that are possible top 10 cards. So not anything crazy. I haven't even done any cuts yet. This is a hot take first look. So Hired Claw, 1 mana for a 1/2 in red. It's a Lizard Mercenary. This is already good. Anything that is 1 mana for a 1/2 or 2/1 like the other one, that's great. Whenever you attack with 1 or more lizards, it deals 1 damage to target opponent. So lizard decks or just it. 2 mana, put a +1 counter on it. Activate only if an opponent lost life this turn and only once each turn. So you can attack, do 1 damage, and then put a +1 counter on it. I mean, it scales up. It's okay. It's a decent 1-drop. It's rare, though. Yeah, I mean, in a way, but I don't think so, devs. That's kind of how I play. I play a Gandalf decks. I'm an Azorius, Orzhov control player, and people think that it's drawn the short straw, but that's just in this set. The next set, Duskmourn is going to be fucking off the charts with the strength level. Trust me. Next set, Duskmourn, anytime they do an evil set, a set that's about like fucking horror and bad shit, it's always, that's where we got Shieldred, that's where we got Atraxa, like all of that stuff is off of the evil sets. So next set's going to be good. Furries, you're going to sell a bunch of furry shit just because people are like, oh, cool furries, I like the squirrels, yay, animals. So, but like for evil shit to sell, you got to make them powerful. That's just my psychological or philosophy, I guess you could say. But yeah, but this is a creature set, so it's furry set. Of course, spellcaster decks are going to have a hard time. For the common good, 1 green and XX create X tokens that are copies of target token you control. The tokens you control gain indestructible until your next turn. You gain 1 life for each token you control. I mean, this is all right. You could do Selesnya, I guess, life gain now. It's good for a token deck. It might have its uses, but I don't think it's that great. All right, so Dawn's Truce. 2 mana for a white instant. Gift a card. Give your opponent a card draw before this goes off. You and permanents you control gain hexproof until the end of turn. If the gift was promised, they also gain indestructible. So this is like Surge of Salvation with Lauren's Escape for every creature all at once. Without the scry on Lauren's, obviously. This is good. The fact that it's scalable, so, but it's not as good as Surge of Salvation, because Surge of Salvation is 1 mana, all your permanents, you and your permanents gain hexproof. This is 2 mana for that, and if you give your opponent a card draw, they also get indestructible. So it's got a little modality higher than Surge of Salvation. This is a sideboard card. This is not a main deck card. Mockingbird. 1 and X. It's a 1/1 for 1. Flying. You may have Mockingbird enter as a copy of any creature on the battlefield with mana value less than or equal to the mana spent to cast it, except it's a bird. Mockingbird. Okay, so this is a carbon. But there's 4 mana. There's 4 mana shapeshifters already that copy anything. This is copy with mana value of how much mana you cast. Not as valuable. As a 1/1 flyer, that's fine. This is all right, but I don't think it's like blue is not a creature heavy color, so it's kind of weak. Iridescent Vine Lasher. Oh, interesting. That's cool artwork on it. He's got a little whip. He's got a little like thorny whip. Cool. 1 mana for a 1/2 black lizard assassin. Oh, more lizards. We did see the one lizard up here. So another 1/2 lizard for 1 mana. Offspring 2, you may pay an additional 2, and you create a 1/1 token copy of it. Landfall. Whenever a land you control enters, this creature deals 1 damage to target opponent. Well, ramp decks are going to love this. I mean, that's pain to your opponents for every land you throw down. This is going in Golgari. Crime, yeah. It's a crime, too. Crime decks, yeah. I think this is a good card. I don't think it's going to go in my top, but it's very rare that a one drop is going to go into my top cards. But it's going to have to be really game breaking. But I think this is a good card. I might have to revisit that, but Landfall is very powerful. Emberheart Challenger, 2 mana for a 2/2 with haste. It's got prowess. Valiant, whenever it becomes a target of a spell or ability you control for the first time each turn, exile the top card of your library. Until the end of next turn, you may play that card. This is gonna, oh my god, Mono Red is gonna love this fucking thing. This replaces the other one that you could flip up. That's 2/1. I can't think of the name of it right now off the top of my head. But it's 2 mana for a 2/1 that has prowess that you can also put face down and it flips up and it does damage equal to it to your opponent. I can't think of the name of it right now, but it's also the same. But this is a 2 mana 2/2 with haste. Same exact thing as that card, but it's got 1 extra toughness. And it's got Valiant on it, which exiles a card. So until end of turn, not end of next turn, yes, but it's going to help a mono red deck get that third land out on the board. Like, this is going to help you get that third land out on the board. Codebreaker, thank you. Thank you, devs. That's what I was talking about. Yes, Codebreaker. Thank you. Saved by chat once again. This is good. No, this is going to be a staple in all of those prowess decks. This is going to take the place of Codebreaker because this is just Codebreaker with 1 more toughness and an additional upside of Valiant. Why would you even bother with the turn face up? Fuck, Codebreaker gone, Emberheart Challenger in. I don't think this changes the meta much, but it just makes mono red prowess that much stronger. Yay! I get to lose on turn 2 now? No, not really. Still losing on turn 3, but yeah. Because think about this. Okay, you throw it out on turn 2. It attacks. 2 damage. Comes back to them turn 3. They throw their third land down. They throw out a 1 mana Monstrous Rage. Turn this thing into, well, now it's 3/3 plus the what? 3 of the Monstrous Rage. So it's 6/4. It's a 6/4 creature that exiles a top spell. Oh, the top spell just happens to be another 1 mana pump. Now it's a 9/5 for 2 mana, and there's 1 more mana. I mean, this thing could be 15, 12, or it could be the Twinferno, which double strikes. Like, this thing could finish you off on turn 3 easily. Like, this might also combine with the Slick Shot. This, like, imagine then the Slick Shot is coated off to the side, and then this thing's out there, and then you do all of that with a Slick Shot as well, flying over. Like, Slick Shot's way more busted, but this thing will just add an additional layer of you're fucked to prowess. I'm not saying this is better than Slick Shot. I'm saying this plus Slick Shot plus Swift Spear plus all the broken fucking pumps. Yeah. Fuck you, devs. Stop making mono red stronger. Mist Breath Elder. 1 mana for a 2/2 Frog Warrior. Ho! A 1 mana 2/2. Holy, green is getting love on the creatures today. At the beginning of your upkeep, return another creature you control to its owner's hand. If you do, put a +1 counter on it. Otherwise, you may return it to its other. Okay, so you have to return a creature. So you're always going to have to kick a creature back at the beginning of your upkeep, so you can cast it back. If it's by itself, you can keep it out. So in green, it's a 1 mana 2/2, but you're going to have to kick a creature back to your hand every turn. I think that's sick. I mean, that's bad. I mean, it seems like a good thing, but I mean, for a ramp deck, it might work. I mean, somebody's going to figure out a cycle with this that works. But I don't think, for a rare, I don't think it's that great. I mean, you can put a +1 counter on it if you kick something back. So, like, It's a 1-mana creature that can be a 3/3 on turn 2. Or turn 3 or turn 4. Like it can go up. But I don't think it's going to be changed much because you want to put everything out on the deck, but there's a lot of stuff that have ETBs. So think of it that way. Kick back something that has a great ETB, boom, new ETB. Kick it again, boom, new ETB. Like, I'm just saying, like, yes, you got to spin the mana again, but I don't play mono green very often, so I don't think that's going to be something I care about. Not on curve seems awkward, maybe. Yeah. Yeah, it might slow you down. But if you got a ton of creatures, you throw your smallest creature back into your hand, no big deal. I don't think it's going to be amazing. But, let's Steelman this. Guess what creature you would want to kick back? The Hydra. Goldvein Hydra. Cast your Goldvein Hydra. Turn 2. For 2 mana. It's a 1/1. Do your 1 damage. Right? Next turn, beginning of your upkeep, kick the Goldvein Hydra back into your hand. This is now a 3/3. Now you can cast your Goldvein Hydra for 3 mana. That's a 2/2. It does its 2 damage. Start of the next turn. Goldvein Hydra. I'm just saying, like, Goldvein Hydra. Like, it keeps getting bigger each turn. Yes, an ETB would be better. I'm throwing something else out there, Sleepy. I'm just saying, like, there might be uses for it. I don't think it's game breaking. I don't think it's trash, though. I don't think this is trash, but I think it's going to be clunky. Clunky is probably a better word. Salvation Swan, 4 mana for a 3/3. This better be good. It's a bird cleric. Oh, they're doing a lot of clerics. I love this. Y'all know I love my clerics, so this is good. So Salvation Swan is flash flying. Whenever it or another bird you control enters, exile up to 1 target creature you control without flying. Return it to the battlefield under its owner's control with a flying counter on it at the beginning of the next end step. Ooh. Okay. So it's flash and flying, 3/3 for 4 mana. That's pretty cool. And then you exile one of your creatures that doesn't fly and make it a flyer. It's a fine card, but I don't think this... I don't know if I would use it, to be honest, but... Thundertrap Trainer, 2 mana for a 1/2. Otter Wizard creature with Offspring 4? Oh, this thing better be good if it's 4 mana to make a 1/1 token copy of it. When this creature enters, look at the top 4 cards of your library, reveal a non-creature, non-land card from them, put it in your hand, put the rest on the bottom of your library in random order. Shit. 2 mana to look at the top 4 cards and draw a sorcery or instant and have a 1/2 out there. Like, you're better off just spending 2 mana to do that with a spell instead of having a creature out there that's just going to get removed. Because it only ETBs. Nothing special. So I'm going to say that's not going to get any play. For a rare, that's shit. 2 mana for a black 2/2 Squirrel Warlock. This is pretty good with Death Touch. Okay, already great. And it's got a special ability to it as well. It's not a legendary. Until the end of the turn, tap it. Until the end of the turn, you may cast creature spells from your graveyard by foraging in addition to paying their other costs. If you cast a spell this way, that creature enters with a finality counter. To forage, exile 3 cards from your graveyard or sacrifice a food. If creature with finality counter on it would die, exile it instead. Oh, that's really strong. With control losing Deluge and Emperor, we might see less Sunfall. No, I disagree, Sleepy. You're going to see more Sunfall. There's a perfect replacement for Deluge. Farlight is a perfect replacement for Deluge. Or is it Farsight? Is it Farlight or Farsight? Farsight Ritual. Same cost. You don't get to the flashback of the Deluge, but instant you can bargain it and look at the top 8 cards of your library, so you can sacrifice a map. Yeah, it's the same as Deluge. It's the same exact thing as Deluge without flashback. But I mean, all you got to do is all you got to do is have a fucking map out there, and you get the top 8. I'd rather look at the top 8 cards for 4 mana than spend 7 mana to look at the top 7. All you have to do is have a Restless Anchorage and 1 map out on the board from it, and just don't use the maps. It is worse. It is not way worse. It is not as strong, but it is a replacement. I'd rather, me personally, I'm just a card draw guy. I'd rather just straight card draw. The only great thing about Memory Deluge was that it went into your graveyard and you could use it later on for 7 mana. It's not a big deal. So this Adept Forages, this is a great card. This is great for the graveyard spells, and this is also great with that food guy as well, the Golgari food guy. So this is a good card. Very good card. Very, very good card. Sunspire Lynx, 4 mana for a 5/4 red elemental cat creature. Players can't gain life. Ooh, 4 mana for a 5/4. Players can't gain life. Damage can't be prevented. Ooh. When it enters, it deals damage to each player equal to the number of non-basic lands that player controls. This is an anti-control creature. Anti-life gain, anti-control, anti-damage prevention. Interesting. I don't know what kind of deck this goes in. A Boros big deck, maybe? Sideboard, maybe. What's up, Endless Begins? 2267, I don't know what that means, but it's looking all right. It's looking like a decent set, but I said before I looked at the cards, I thought this would be a mid set just because it's a Furry set, and it's looking that way. Not many game-breaking cards so far. Thorn Vault Forger. Actually, no game-breaking cards. A couple really strong cards, and that's about it. Thorn Vault Forger, 2 mana for a 2/2. It is a mana rock, add 1 forest. Forage, add 2 mana in any combination of colors. 4 mana, tap it, search your library for a squirrel card, reveal, put it in your hand and shuffle. Alright, for a squirrel-themed deck, nothing special. Jolly Gerbliss. It's a gerbil. Jolly Gerbils. 2 mana for a hamster citizen, that's 2/3. Whenever you give a gift, draw a card. So every time you give your opponent a gift, you get to draw a card yourself. That's actually really good. 2 mana for a 2/3, that's also really good. And it's an uncommon. You're going to see a lot of this. It's a hamster citizen. It's carrying fucking food and fish. Like, this is cool. It's cool. Obviously, there's going to be a lot of gift spells, but it's a hamster. This is the first hamster we've seen. Citizens never became a thing either, so I don't know. All right, Kidnap. 4 mana for a blue enchantment aura. Gift a card. Enchant a creature. Which fish? Enchant a creature. When it enters, tap enchanted creature. If the gift wasn't promised, put 3 stun counters on it. You control enchanted creature. Okay, this is really bad. This is really bad wording on the card. So I'm guessing if you gift the card, you get to take control of the creature. If you don't gift the card, you put 3 stun counters on it. But the way this is worded is really bad. The artwork, okay, that's what you're talking about. Yes, yeah, it's beautiful. The artwork in this set is amazing. Okay, Starscape Cleric. We got another Cleric! Back Cleric! Oh, Clerics are going off. I love it. 2 mana for a 2/1. Offspring of 3 to make a 1/1. It's a flyer. It can't block. Whenever you gain life, each opponent loses 1 life. Yes! Yes! Veto is back in smaller form. Yes! You gain life, they lose life. Yes! But unfortunately, it's you gain life, each opponent loses 1 life. So, it's not equal life. But so each one, but this is great for life gain decks. They're going to love this. Extra pain to your opponent. Manifold Mouse. 2 mana for a 1/2. It's a mouse soldier in red. Offspring 2 to make a copy that's a 1/1. At the beginning, I don't think Offspring's that amazing of a thing. There's only been one card I've seen the Offspring be cheap enough to where I'm like, this makes the card great. It's usually just like, ah, fuck it, it's late game, we make 2 of them. Which is fine. I'm not saying Offspring sucks, I'm just saying it's not game breaking. So at the beginning of combat on your turn, target mouse you control gains your choice of double strike or trample until end of turn. So it's for a mouse themed deck. Whatever. 2 mana for a 2/2. Possum Druid. We haven't seen any mice that I'm like, fuck yes! So this is not going to be big at all. It's rare. Possum Druid is Offspring 2 as well. Okay, so 2 mana for a 2/2. Add 1 mana of any color for a tap it, or tap it, put a +1 counter on a creature. Now this is a good mana rock. This squirrel, this is way better. If you're going to get a 2/2, 2 mana tap, this taps for any mana, and or you could put a +1 counter on this creature. So you can make it stronger. So you don't need to tap for mana. You tap it and you give it a 3/3 so cut down doesn't kill it. Like, it's good. Oh, another 1/2 for 1 mana. There are a lot of good 1-drops in this set. So far, that's the greatest thing I've seen in this set is a lot of 1-drops that are going to become standard 4 of 1-drops in creature decks. That's what I've seen so far with this set, which is kind of what this kind of set should be. So it's a 1/2 for 1 mana. Whenever it attacks while you control a token, it gets +2/+0 until end of turn. That's perfect for a tokens deck. This is going to be a staple in all those decks. Great. Doesn't break the game. Uncommon, it's fine. 4 mana for an instant blue. Choose 1. Counter target spell, or surveil 2, then draw 2 cards. The second one is I think we found our replacement here, Sleepy. I think we found our replacement for Memory Deluge. Right here. Surveil 2, then draw 2 cards. So it doesn't look at 4 cards, but technically it's the same thing. Look at 2 cards. Do you like those 2 cards? Draw them. Do you like one of them? Draw one of them, draw another one. So, oh, you don't like those 2 cards? Draw, like, yes. Yes. So it's optional. Yes, you keep it for the draw 2 cards, but worst case scenario, counter target spell. So this is Deluge replacement right here. Yeah. No, it is, because the other one's rare. This is uncommon, so immediate 4 of, right? You don't have to waste any of your rares. Just a 4 of. Uncommon's very valuable. All right, Feed the Cycle. 2 mana for an instant. Additional cast, you may forage or pay an additional 1. So for 3 mana, destroy target creature or planeswalker. It's fine. It's still not better than some of the other ones, but I think I think that's a fair removal. It's a good instant. It's instant removal, mind you. So you have to destroy, sacrifice a food, or exile 3 cards from your graveyard, or pay 3 mana. But it's like a murder. It's creature or planeswalker. So Hero's Downfall, basically. This is Hero's Downfall with the option of foraging for 1 less mana. Wildfire Howl. 3 mana for a red sorcery. Gift a card. When Wildfire Howl deals 2 damage to each creature. If the gift was promised, instead it deals 1 damage to any target and 2 damage to each creature. So what is that? 1 damage to any target, so you can do 1 damage to, like, you can kill a 3 toughness creature. You can do 1 damage on a planeswalker, 1 damage on the opponent. This seems kind of shit. Although the 2 damage to each creature is good because of the Mada. Mada is one of the greatest cards in this set. There's a lot of discard in this set. I'm making a discard deck. So far, that's the only thing I've seen. Nah, red decks that aren't aggro are still going to suck. Stocking the Pantry. 1 mana enchantment in green. Whenever 1 or more +1 counters on a creature you control, put a supply counter on the pantry. Remove for 2 mana, you remove a supply counter from it, and you draw a card. That's not bad. So on a counters deck, this is an enchantment that will let you draw cards. It's not bad. But there's better ways to draw cards in those kind of decks, in my opinion. Harvest Strite Host. 3 mana for a 3/3 rabbit citizen. Uncommon. Whenever this or another rabbit you control enters, target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. Then draw a card if this is the second time this ability has resolved this turn. This is good for a go small deck. It's a rabbit. Every time a rabbit comes in, so you throw this on turn 4 for 3/3, and then you throw a 1/1 rabbit out, and then you 2 +1/+0s, or 1 creature is +2/+0, and you draw a card. That's pretty good. Eddie Merc Crab. I mean, this is good for a rabbit deck. I guess rabbit. So far, all I've seen is bats and rabbits that will be actually strong as good. Eddie Merc Crab is 7 mana. For Eddie Merc Crab for a 5/5 flash. It costs 1 less to cast for each instant and sorcery in your graveyard. So this is good. This is similar to Haughty Djinn. This is for a Haughty Djinn type deck. This will go with a Haughty Djinn. Or Lear. Lear's dead though. There was a rat or two, but not many so far. Tolarian Terror, but better, yes. I'll agree with you there. It enters tapped if it's not your turn. When it enters, tap up to 2 target creatures. Oh, that's awesome. No, this is really good. This is really good. Because it's flash, so you throw this out on your opponent's turn. Let's say you put 3 cards in the graveyard, so it's now a 4 mana for a 5/5. You've done a couple considers and maybe 1 counter spell. Let's just typical mono blue deck, right? I've done consider twice, or consider a deduce, and then I did a counter spell on turns 1, 2, 3. Now turn 4, I can cast this for 4 mana. I go to the opponent's turn. They've got 2 creatures that they're going to attack with. I throw this out for 4 mana. It flashes in, and it taps their 2 target creatures, and they can't attack. It's tapped, yes, but it doesn't have Summoning Sickness, so the first turn you have, it's a 5/5 that can attack if you want. Oh, by the way, those creatures are tapped. So yeah, this is definitely better than Tolarian Terror. It's interesting. It's a good card. I don't think it's game breaking. I think it's like Sleepy says, it replaces Tolarian Terror in those Haughty Djinn decks, but it has value in being 7 mana for something like the what is it called? The saddle creature, the Calamity, I want to say, but I don't think that's the right name. The creature that saddles and you draw a card and then does damage. Yeah, it's flash versus ward, exactly. Easier to remove, but it also saves you from taking damage. Tapping opponent's creatures is great, because then they're tapped and they can't attack. They can't block you when you attack the next turn. Now, I mean, this might even go alongside Tolarian Terror. But similar card. Hazel's Nocturne. You're going to see a lot of this in very specific mono blue decks. Mono blue tempo. That's what that goes for. Hazel's Nocturne. 4 mana for an instant. Return up to 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. Each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. I mean, don't we already have stuff that's cheaper than this to do the same thing? 2 target creature cards from your graveyard to your hand. You gain 2 life. I don't think they do 2 damage to your opponents, but I mean, it's alright. Basic card. Rabbit Gnaw. 2 mana and red instant. Target creature gets +1/+0, and then it deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. So it's a bite spell plus a +1/+0. I mean, I guess this goes in the bite decks, but bite decks don't usually play red. Honored Dray Leader, 3 mana for a 1/1, already shit. It's trample. When it enters, put a +1 counter on it for each other squirrel and or food you control. Okay, so it can scale up. Never mind. Whenever another squirrel or food you control enters, put a +1 counter on it. So it's a squirrel food deck. So they want to make squirrel food decks? Great. This is your champion of the squirrel food decks. It's good for one deck. Squirrel food. Okay. Mousetrapper. 3 mana for a 3/2. Flash. Valiant. Whenever it becomes target of a spell or ability you control for the first time each turn, tap target creature an opponent controls. That's alright. Flash makes it okay, but nothing special. Mind Whisker. This is a rat wizard. Speaking of rats, somebody was asking about rats earlier. Here we go with a rat. At the beginning of your upkeep, surveil 1. All at your upkeep, surveil 1 before you draw a card. Before you draw a card, you surveil every turn. Threshold. As long as 7 or more cards are in your graveyard, creatures your opponents control get -1/-0. That's basic. It's nothing special. The surveilling on your upkeep before you draw is good. I mean, that's really good. But the threshold, like, you need 7 cards, so this is for a self-mill deck. Decent. Nothing special. Sinister Monolith. 4 mana for an artifact. At the beginning of combat on your turn, each opponent loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. Okay? Pretty expensive for that. 4 mana. Tap it, pay 2 life, draw, and sacrifice it, draw 2 cards. It's just too expensive. There's things that do this for a lot less mana. Flame Cachet Gecko. It is 2 mana for a 2/2 Lizard Warlock. Okay, lizards again. So far, rabbits, bats, lizards, and squirrels seem to be the creatures that you can actually build a deck around. When it enters, if an opponent lost life this turn, add Rakdos colors, 1 black, 1 red. For 2 mana, 1 red and 1 colorless. Discard a card, draw a card. That's decent. That's a decent card. You throw it in after you did a burn spell on your opponent and you get 2 mana. I mean, that's good. This is going to get used. I don't know if I'm going to write this down as one. What do I have? 1, 2, 3. I got 10 cards written down already, and that's it. Bushy Bodyguard. 2 mana for a squirrel warrior. That's 2/1. Offspring 2. Yep, create another 1/1 for 2 mana. When this creature enters, you may forge. If you do, put 2 +1 counters on it. That's not that good. It's a 2/1 for 2 mana. You got to exile 3 cards out of your graveyard to make it a 4/3 for 2 mana. So it'll have its place in specific graveyard decks, but I don't think it's that big. 5 mana for a 3/4. This thing, Elemental Coyote, better be good. Drift Gloom Coyote. When it enters, exile target creature an opponent controls until it leaves the battlefield. If that creature had power 2 or less, put a +1 counter on the Coyote. This is already done with the... is that guy going away, the 3 mana remove creature? Yeah, I think it goes away. It's the day-night. Yeah, he's going away. But this is 5 mana for a 3/4. That exiles... I'm going to say this is shit. It's just too expensive to do that. For 3 mana, you can just exile a creature. And you could probably find a 3/4 for 2 mana as well. Somehow. I mean, it's not shit. I just don't see this being worth taking up a 5 slot in a white deck. It's got to do a lot. Like, I don't think it's that great. Calamitous Tide. 6 mana in blue. 2 blue. It's a blue sorcery. Return up to 2 target creatures to their owner's hands. Draw 2 cards, then discard a card. That's only 2. The other one was good. Season of Weaving. That's the same thing. Season of Weaving, 6 mana. Return all non-tokens to everybody's hand. And then draw 2 cards. So this is just a weaker version of that Season of Weaving. Because you also discard a card. So this is not worth it. Thoughtstalker Warlock. There's a better card in this set for the same exact mana cost in the same color. 3 mana for a 2/2 Lizard Warlock. When it enters, choose target opponent. If they lost life this turn, they reveal their hand. You choose a non-land card from it, and they discard that card. Otherwise, they discard a card. So for discard deck, nice. Not bad. It's Menace too, so. But it's 3 mana for a 2/2. It's fine. Anything that you have seen to assist with March rotating out? No, not yet. No. Absolutely not. You talking, I'm guessing, White March that removes artifacts. No. So far, there hasn't been any much good removal in the set. Booming Blast. 2 mana for an instant in red. Booming Blast deals 2 damage to target creature. If the gift was promised, it also deals 3 damage to that creature's controller. I mean, Lightning Strike's better, so this is shit. Hazard Root Herbalist. 3 mana for a 1/4. Whenever you attack target creature you control gets +1/+0 until end of turn. If that creature is a token, it also gains Death Touch until the end of turn. So for Selesnya tokens, which is going to be a thing, it's a rabbit. It's okay. Very specific deck. This will be nice, turning your 1/1 rabbit tokens that are now 2/2 tokens because of the other rabbit, the 2/3 rabbit for 2 mana that turns all rabbits, gives all rabbits +1/+1. So this will be a plus. This would be a what? A 2/5 in that deck. In a Selesnya rabbit deck. Selesnya rabbit deck is going to be Selesnya rabbit token deck will be a viable thing to craft if that's what you want to do. I guess that's the best way to say it. Builder's Talent, 2 mana for a class. I like these kind of enchantment class things. There's another Anthem Rabbit. Cool. Yeah, so rabbits are going to be big. Damn, rabbits are going to fucking spawn all over the place. 2 mana. When it enters, create a 0/4 white wall creature token with Defender. For 1 mana, level 2, whenever one or more non-creature, non-land permanents you control enter, put a +1 counter on target creature you control. For the level 3, which is 5 mana, when it return target non-creature, non-land permanent card from the graveyard to the battlefield. Non-creature, non-land. So this is kind of for a Planeswalker control type deck. Pollen Shield there, yeah. That's already in there. But that's not as good. Because the other hair was a 2/3, and it gives Anthem to rabbits, bats, mice, and what else was it? And rats, I think. Gossip Talent. So this Builder's Talent, not so good. Gossip's Talent, 2 mana for in blue. Whenever a creature you control enters Surveil 1. Blue is not a creature color, so that for tokens like the green card. Yeah. No, I'm not saying that's not. You use both of them, but it's not as good as the new one. Whenever you attack, 2 mana. Whenever you attack, target attacking creature with power 3 or less can be blocked. Level 3 for 4 mana. Whenever a creature you control deals combat damage to a player, you may exile it, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. I mean, I guess it can make creatures unblockable. This is, it's going to need such the specific deck for the Gossip's Talent. I don't see it's good. Bandit's Talent, 2 mana. When it enters, each opponent discards 2 cards unless they discard a non-land card. Woo! 2 mana, discard 2 cards or a non-land card. Whoa. Yeah, discard deck for sure, Drew. I'm making a discard deck for sure. All right, this is going on it. Bandit's Talent. All right, we're finally above 10 cards. I had to get to uncommons before we got to our 11th card to be possibly in my top 10 list. So that's pretty bad. When you make a top 10 list, you should have 20, 30 cards that you're whittling down, not like 12 cards and being like, yeah, that's it. So anyway, Bandit's Talent. It discard 2 cards unless they discard a non-land card. Level 2 for 1 mana. So you throw this out for 3 mana. Let's say you throw it out on turn 3 with 3 mana. So you make them discard 2 cards or 1 card. And for 1 more mana, at the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, if that player has 1 or fewer cards in the hand, they lose 2 life. So this is pure discard deck thing. And then for 4 mana on level 3, at the beginning of your draw step, draw an additional card for each opponent who has 1 or fewer cards in hand. Oh my gosh. This is just hurts them for having very few cards. So it hurts them for casting their spells and keeping 2 or less, or sorry, 1 or less. So if they have 1 or less cards in their hand, they lose 2 life, and then on your draw step you get an extra card draw. That is strong for discard. This is a strong card for an uncommon. I like it. Discard deck, baby. We're doing discard control. We already do it, so we can just lean into it more. The thought for this is that the Pixie that bounces shit, turn 2 bandits, turn 3 Pixie, replays bandits or something. Yeah, exactly. That is true. Yeah. I haven't crafted the Pixie, but but like you don't need to like turn 2 bandit, turn 3, you throw this out. Let's say turn 3, Lily, make them discard. Turn 4, you crank this up 1 and do another discard of some sort. Like Hopeless Nightmare is a combo too, yeah. Yeah, I know that, Sleepy, but I'm just saying, like, I don't play that deck, but that deck's going to get stronger with this. I think this is just going to make discard so viable. I'm thinking of doing a Dimir discard. Because for me, what makes discard good is pure control. So I'm thinking discard combined with counter spells. Card draw, counter spells, discard, you're dead. And mill, obviously, because there'll be Jason there. That's what I'm thinking for Dimir. So anyway, Blacksmith Talent, one red in red, 1 mountain. When Blacksmith Talent enters, create a colorless equipment artifact token named Sword. With equipped creature gets +1/+1, and equip is 2. For 3 mana and level 2, beginning your combat on your turn, attach target equipment you control to up to 1 target creature you control. For 4 mana, level 3, during your turn, equipped creatures do double strike and have haste. For an equipment deck, the fact that it's 1 mana and gets out there at the beginning is good. Equipment decks are never super strong, but maybe they're good, but a little better. Hunter's Talent, 2 mana for a enchantment class in green. When it enters, target creature you control deals damage equal to its power to target creature you don't control. So it's a bite when it comes out. For 2 more mana on level 2, when you attack, target attacking creature gets +1/+0 and gains trample until the end of turn. So comes out on turn 2 and bites something, turn 3, whatever. And maybe you put it out on turn 4, bite something, and then pump it up immediately, and the creature that attacked, that cleared the board, gets +1/+0 and has trample. And then for 4 mana level 3, at the beginning of your end step, if you control a creature with power 4 or greater, draw a card. And once again, it's giving a creature +1/+0 already every turn anyway, so that's pretty much... So this is really good for mono green go big. This is going to get a lot of play. I don't think it's game breaking though. Star Charter, 4 mana for a 3/1 back cleric, kind of weak. Flying at the beginning of your end step if you gained or lost life this turn. Interesting. Look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal creature card power 3 or less. Put it in your hand, rest at the bottom of your library. I like that it's gained life or lost life. So but it's 4 mana for a 3/1. That's just way too expensive. I'm going to say no on that. Long River's Pull, 2 mana for an instant in blue. Gift a card. Let your opponent draw a card before this. Counter target creature spell. If the gift was promised, instead counter target spell. Okay, so it's a 2 mana counter. You let them draw a card and you counter. That's actually a good counter spell. It's a good 2 mana counter spell. It's not better than No More Lies, I don't think, early game, but this is good late game. Your opponent's got one card in their hand, 2 mana to counter any spell, give them 1 draw. But by that time, you'll have 3 mana, so you don't have to gift them the card. Like, I don't know. It has its place. It has its place. It's a fair counter spell. I don't think it's gonna... It'll go in certain decks, but I'm not a big fan of the gift a card. Giving your opponent a card draw can be devastating. Wix Patrol, 6 mana for a 5/3 Rat Warlock. When it enters, mill 3 cards. When you do, target creature an opponent controls gets -X/-X until end of turn, where X is the greatest mana value among the cards in your graveyard. So this is a removal spell for 6 mana that's also a 5/3 creature, because this goes in your self-mill decks. Rat Warlock, it's kind of trying to imitate Sheoldred, but it's nowhere close to it. It's too expensive at 6 mana. Teapot Slinger, 4 mana for a 3/4 Raccoon Warrior. We already heard this song earlier, so let's pick something else. Teapot Slinger is a 3/4 Raccoon Warrior in red with Menace. Whenever you expend 4, Teapot Slinger deals 2 damage to each opponent. Whenever you cast expend 4, you spent your 4th total mana. So whenever you spend 4 mana, which you will do after, I mean, you got 4 mana. So if you spend 4 mana in your turn, you do 2 damage to each opponent. It's all right. It's nothing special. I don't see it. I don't think it'll see a lot of play. For a 4 mana slot creature, it's got to be good. 3 Tree Scribe, 2 mana for a 2/3 Frog Druid in green. Whenever it or another creature you control leaves the battlefield without dying, put a +1 counter on target creature you control. Not on it, on target creature. So whenever you blink something, this is good for a blink deck. Or for that other, remember that 1 mana that kicks something out of your hand, so kick something back to the top of your hand. Man, that's not bad. It might combo with something else. I don't think it's anything special, but whatever. Dewdrop Cure. 3 mana for a sorcery in white. You can gift a card to your opponent. Return up to 2 target creature cards, each with mana value 2 or less, from your graveyard to the battlefield. If the gift was promised, instead, return up to 3 target creature cards with mana value 2 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield. It's good for a small ball deck. I'm gonna love that people play this card, and I use my Sunfall and get a larger wipe. 5 mana Night Fisher, 4/5 flying. When another non-token bird you control enters, create a 1/1 blue fish creature token. 5 mana for a 4/5 flyers. Okay, this is going to be great in limited. This is not going to be good for standard. Persistent Marshstalker, 2 mana for a rat berserker. That's a 3/1. That's good. It gets +1/+0 for each other rat you control. Speaking of rats, yes, this is good. 2 mana for a 3/1 that gets +1/+0 for every rat. This is rat deck for sure. Whenever you attack with 1 or more rats, if 7 or more cards are in your graveyard, you may pay 3 mana. If you do, return it from the graveyard to the battlefield tapped and attacking. Oh shit. This makes rat decks viable, because this is an uncommon. You can do 4 of this. This is great. This is great for rat decks. It's going to be annoying playing rat decks, because this thing's going to keep coming back and freaking getting all these +1s for all the 1/1 token rats they got on the board. I don't think rats are going to be top tier, but hey, if it makes rats actually viable, I'm for that. Playful Shove, 2 mana for a red sorcery. It deals 1 damage to any target, and you draw a card. Shit. I mean, it draws you a card for 2 mana to draw a card and do 1 damage. That's fine. You might use this meta, which turns all creatures' toughness to 1. You could do a Rakdos with mana and use this to draw a card. I don't think it's anything special, though. Overprotect. 2 mana in green instant. Target creature you control gets +3/+3 and gains trample, hexproof, and indestructible until end of turn. This is a protection spell. Overprotect, great name for it too. +3/+3 trample, hexproof, and indestructible. Holy shit. This, yeah. I'm writing this down. Overprotect, because this is gonna. Rule prowess decks. Whew. Protect your creatures with hexproof and indestructible. For blocking, can take down Atraxas. Like, yeah. Yeah, it's good. It's good. I mean, this basically It's 2 mana right now for +3/+3 on a creature for what is it? Giant growth? No, is giant growth 1 mana for 2/3/3? Whatever it is, this does like 3 cards things for the same value of 2 mana. Really, that's great for a green creature deck. Feather of Flight, 2 mana. Enchantment Aura Flash, enchant the creature. When it enters, draw a card. Enchanted creature gets +1/+0 and has flying. 2 mana to draw a card and give a creature +1/+0 and flying. And it's Flash. This is another great one. This is a great enchantment. That's an instant. This is an enchantment. This is great. This is great. Once again, give something flying to sneak block a flyer that comes into attack. Oh, that Deep Cavern Bat goes to attack because you just have some stupid little 2/2 that's just on the board and it's not flying. And guess what? You flash. Now it's a +1/+0. Kills that bat. It's flying. And you draw a card as well. Plus you get the card back from that Deep Cavern Bat that just accidentally attacked, not seeing a Feather of Flight coming. Yeah, it's decent. Decent. I'm not writing it down as one of my top cards, but it's decent. Daring Wave Rider, 6 mana for a 4/4 Otter Wizard. When it enters, you may cast target instant or sorcery card with mana value 4 or less from your graveyard without paying its mana cost. That spell would be put into your graveyard, exile it instead. So 6 mana for a 4/4 that casts a 4 mana or less card from your graveyard. It's okay. It's so dependent on having the right spell in your graveyard. For 6 mana in blue, you can do so much shit. I don't think it's that great. 8 mana for a 6/6 Huck Burster Swarm, Elemental Insect in black. It costs 1 less for each creature card you own in exile and in your graveyard. Interesting. Exile and graveyard. So if people exile your stuff with Sunfall, it still counts. That's important. You're never casting this for 8. It's got Menace and Death Touch. So this is a limited card finisher. It's a limited finisher. This is not going to be in standard. Hoarder's Overflow, 2 mana for an enchantment. When it enters, and whenever you expend 4, put a stash counter on it. 2 mana, sacrifice it, discard your hand, then draw cards equal to the number of stash counters on it. They're doing this now with red. The case that automatically discards your hand and draws you 2 cards, 2 or 3 cards every. I think it's 2 cards. That's still better. Curious Forger, a 3 mana 3/2 Squirrel Druid in green. When it enters, you may forge. When you do, return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, now this is good. It just gives it to your hand, but forge 3 puts something back. It's okay. It's good, but nothing special. Okay, 2 mana in white for Bright Blade Stoat. We are in uncommon, so not all of these are going to be like, wow, what the fuck, this changes the game. Those should be the mythics and the rares that we've already gone through, and not enough of them do. Brightblade Stoat is 2 mana for a 2/2 with First Strike and Lifelink. That is what you want of a 4 of in a Lifelink deck. It's a Weasel. We haven't seen anything with Weasels yet, so the only problem is it's a Weasel, but it's a Soldier. This can go in Soldier decks because it's got First Strike and Lifelink. Okay, already gonna go in Soldier decks because plus this thing up. First Strike is very, very good in creature decks. Lifelink is very, very good. I think this is a solid card. It's not going to go in my top 10. Solid card. Plume Creed Escort. 2 mana for a 2/1. Flash. Flying. When it enters, target creature you control gains hexproof until end of turn. So 2 mana to protect your creature from a removal. And it's a flash flyer for 2/1. It's nice. It's fair. Moonstone Harbinger, 3 mana for 1/3 Bat Warrior, flying and Death Touch. Whenever you gain or lose life, this is something they're doing in the set. Whenever you gain or lose life, bats get +1/+0 and gain Death Touch until the end of turn. It only triggers once per turn, so it's not you can't keep gaining life and gain blah 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 with pluses. But give all your bats Death Touch. That's amazing. I like that. Bats. We're definitely going to do something with bats. I've wanted to do Bat Tribal for a while, so Bat Tribal it is. We're going to do Bat Tribal and we're going to do discard so far. Let's write that down on the back side. Bat Tribal, discard. What's another thing? I don't know. That's all I've gotten so far of like new new ideas. I'm not going to do like a rabbit deck. Reptilian Recruiter, 5 mana for a 4/2. This thing better be fucking good with trample. When it enters, choose target creature. If that creature's power is 2 or less, or if you control another lizard. Okay, so for a lizard deck. Gain control of that creature until the end of the turn. Untap it. It gains haste until the end of the turn. These kind of cards are always shit. Yeah, I don't know if I'm going to build a rabbit deck, but I might build like a rabbit bat hybrid, but Paw Patch Formation, 2 mana in green. This is shit, by the way. Paw Patch Formation, 2 mana in green. Instant. Choose one. Destroy target creature with flying. There already is. Yes, there will be a food deck. Oh, yeah. Let's write that down. Food deck? Question mark. Choose one. Destroy target creature with flying. Destroy target enchantment. Draw a card. Create a food token. Okay. That's for food decks. Speaking of food. So, yeah. This is a pretty standard green type deck, and it's getting a little bit better in the sense that it's creature with flying, enchantment, draw a card, and create a food token. So it gives you 3 really good options, but it's not only destroy spell, like you can draw a card and create a food token if you're not drawing well. That's fine. Mabel's Metal. 2 mana in white for an instant. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. Up to 1 other target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. That's fine. Nothing special. That's not the color that you want to do those kind of pump spells, prowess stuff. Into the Flood Maw. 1 mana instant in blue. Really cool fucking artwork on this. Gift a tapped fish. A 1/1 blue fish. Okay, that's interesting. Return target creature an opponent controls to its owner's hand. If the gift was promised, instead return target non-land permanent. Oh! So I can put your Planeswalker back in your hand and all I got to do is give you a 1/1 blue fish. I can put your super powerful artifact or whatever the case may be. I like that. For its 1 mana, man. This is... Okay, you got to think of this as the replacement for... What was it called? Fading Hope. This is Fading Hope. This is the new Fading Hope, folks, because Fading Hope's going out of standard. Fading Hope is replaced by Into the Flood Maw. You lose out on the scry of Fading Hope, but now you have the optionality of kicking a non-land permanent, not just a creature, into their hand by just giving them a 1/1. So, this is going to be a staple in tempo decks. Stargaze is black sorcery, 2 mana and X. Look at twice X cards from the top of your library. Put X cards from among them into your hand, and the rest into your graveyard. You lose X life. Oh, yeah, exactly, Frozen Spite. Yeah. 3 mana, you reanimate your 7/7 or whatever, and then I kick it back to your hand. Yeah, you get your multiverse out for 4 mana on turn 4 with your, and then, whoop, here's your little fish. You got to cast the multiverse for 9 mana or whatever it is. It's not multiverse. What is the thing called? You know what I'm talking about. That's 7 mana, the enchantment that free casts for you. Anyway, Stargaze, this is a good card for black. Because this is draw without doing damage to you. Normally, draw in black does damage to you. There's no draw damage to this. This is black card draw. Look at twice X cards. So, this is 3 mana, draw 1 card. 3 mana, look at 2, draw 1. 4 mana, look at 4, draw 2. 5 mana, look at 6, draw 3. Like, this is strong. Stargaze, we're writing that down. Oh, you do lose life. You lose X life. So whatever it is, you lose X life. Okay, never mind. So it's draw X number of cards, lose X life. But you get to look at twice X for those cards. I didn't see the end of it. You lose X life. All right. That's fair. But this is really good because it scales. Especially in a life game deck. Like, because late game, I draw this top deck. And I got 7 mana out there. I'm drawing 5 cards. And I'm doing 5 damage to myself if I can. And I looked at 10 cards to draw top 5 late game when I went from top decking to now I got 5 cards out of 10 I picked. Holy shit. This is good. This card's going to piss you off many times, trust me. Because especially in like a life game deck, or a deck where you can gain enough like to be able to hit this thing for like a large X. It's better than Avarice. Avarice is better because it tutors. Yes, but Avarice does draw 3 cards, do 3 damage to you. This is kind of like Memory Deluge a little bit. But the fact that Avarice is better for 5 mana, yes. This is better for 7 mana, Sleepy. For 7 mana, this is better than Avarice. Because I'm putting 5 cards in my hand. Yes, I'm doing 5 damage, but I'm looking at 10 cards. So I know what I need at that point in the game. Like, this is a good finisher. This is not good for 3 mana. Like, Avarice is better for 3 mana. Avarice is better for 5 mana. This is better late game. But yes, I do agree with you. Avarice is better, but this is a good card. Harnesser of Storms. This is giving black a lot of card draw. Harnesser of Storms. 3 mana for a 1/4 Otter Wizard in red. Whenever you cast a non-creature or Otter spell, you may exile the top card of your library until end of this turn. You may play that card. Triggers only once a turn. Outrageous Robbery similar. No, Outrageous Robbery looks at your opponent's library. No, it'll look at your opponent. That steals your opponent's cards. This gets you your cards. Like, so you can do your combo or whatever you need to do. Yeah, similar. Okay. Yeah. It is similar, yes. Look at X. It is, yes. It is. 2 black, look at X. Yes. Okay, I'll give you that. But this is, yeah, this is better. Because look at double X, draw X. Like that's why I said 7 mana. Like, think of this, 7 mana. I take 5 damage. I look at the 10 cards, next 10 cards in my library and pick 5 of them. That's fucking great. Yes. It is. But this is just set yourself up. This is a great top deck card. I like this. I do think Avarice is better. But it's a good card. I like black, so this Harnesser of Storms is alright, whatever. It's nothing special. Clifftop Lookout, 3 mana for a 1/2. With reach, when it enters, reveal cards from the top of your library until you reveal a land. Put that card on the battlefield tapped, and then the rest on the bottom of your library in random order. So this is just a ramp card for 3 mana, a 1/2 that ramps 1 land. This is shit. Flowerfoot Swordmaster. 1 mana for a 1/2. Good. It's a mouse soldier. It looks really tiny on a sunflower there. It's Valiant. Whenever it becomes target of a spell or ability you control, for the first time each turn, mice get +1/+0. So we're a mice deck. All right. Otterball Antics. 2 mana for a sorcery. Create a 1/1 blue and red otter creature token with prowess. If this spell was cast from anywhere other than your hand, put a +1 counter on that creature. It's got flashback, okay? So they do have flashback in this set. I'm going to say shit. 2 mana to create a 1/1 with prowess is pretty shit. Because you've got a Planeswalker that can just create 1 for +1, so no. 4 mana for a 4/2 in black, Skunk Assassin. Cool, Skunk Assassin. Flash, okay. Flash in black is not common. When Downwind Ambusher enters, choose 1. Target creature an opponent controls gets -1/-1 until end of turn. Destroy target creature an opponent controls that was dealt damage this turn. Yeah. Not good for 4 mana. It's alright. Mage, 2 Coruscation Mage, 2 mana for a 2/2 red creature. It's an Otter Wizard. Offspring 2, so you can make a copy of it for 2 mana. 1/1 token. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, this creature deals 1 damage to each opponent. So this is for the ping decks. This is just a regular ping type thing. This is good. This is good for those decks. Nothing special. Non-creature do 1 damage to your opponent. Those are very common in red. I don't have a problem with this. I don't think it changes the game at all. Bark Knuckle Boxer is a basic card. Bark Knuckle Boxer, 2 mana for a 3/2. Already decent. Green always gets that. Raccoon Berserker. Whenever you expend 4, it gains indestructible until the end of turn. So every time you cast 4 mana, whenever you cast 4 mana, it's indestructible. So basically, as long as you cast a spell every turn, it's indestructible. 2 mana, 3/2, that's indestructible. Decent for Monogreen. Parting Gust, 2 mana for an instant. Gift a tapped fish, a 1/1 blue fish. Exile target non-token creature. If the gift wasn't promised, return that creature to the battlefield under its owner's control with a +1 counter on it at the beginning of the next step. Okay, so this is a 2 mana instant exile target non-token creature and switch it with a 1/1 blue fish. Like this is good. This is good. This is good. Because it's an instant. An instant that exiles is great. This is also a blink for your creatures. So this can be 2 mana blink your creature, it exiles, and then it comes back at the beginning of the next end step with a +1 counter. So if they try to remove your creature, you just boop, boop, blink it. Or opponent's got a really strong creature, let's say Atraxa or Shieldred. 2 mana instant, they throw it down, you got 2 mana up, I switch out your Shieldred or your Atraxa with a 1/1 fish, fuck you. It's exiled. This is a freaking great uncommon. Splash Portal, 1 mana for a blue sorcery, exile target creature you control, then return it to the battlefield under its owner's control. That creature is a bird, frog, otter, or rat, draw a card. This is a flash. It's another flash to avoid removals. It's good. Okay, so it looks like we got a lot of flash blink stuff. I like that. Bone, because they've made a lot of removal. So far, we haven't seen any. This is the best removal we've seen so far. But this only removes creatures. So it blinks or removes creatures. It doesn't do non-land permanents or anything. So Bonkash, Overseer, 1 mana for a 1/1 Squirrel Warlock in black. Tap it, pay 1 life, draw a card. Activate only if 3 or more cards left your graveyard this turn, or if you've sacrificed food. So basically, if you forage, you can tap it, pay a life, and draw a card. Or if you gain life from a food. This might go in the food deck because there is a Golgari colored food deck that's possible, but no, Drew, zero good artifacts. The artifacts have been horrible so far. Heartfire Hero, 1 mana for a 1/1 mouse soldier in red. It is Valiant. Whenever it becomes target of a spell or ability you control for the first time each turn, put a +1 counter on it. Not for the turn, put a +1 counter. When it dies, it deals damage equal to its power to each opponent. Okay, so this is for like a Gruul. This is good for like a Gruul. This is like a Scamp. This is like a Scamp. Think of this as like a Scamp. Cacophony Scamp, but it puts permanent counters on itself just by targeting it. So, spell or ability, remember. So, yes. And this begins. I got to get back into doing drafts. So, yes. I'm going to try and cheat the system, and I'm going to intentionally auto-concede like 5 games and then go do a draft. And then I'm going to do the same thing again. And if that works, I'll auto-concede 5 games, go play a draft. I'll cheat the system. Hives, I think they call that smurfing. Hive Spine Wolverine. 5 mana, 5/4. Elemental Wolverine. When it enters, choose one. Put a +1 counter on target creature you control. Fights target creature token. Destroy target artifact or enchantment. 5 mana for a 5/4 that does some things. Whatever, it's alright. Nothing special. Yeah, I did it on the last one too. I was a little off on the Thunder Junction, but more off on the fact that I thought it would be more mid than good. But my calls on the cards were right. All the cards that everybody else was like, oh, it's so great. And I'm like, whatever. I was right and they were wrong. Hop to it, because I look at things from standard point of view, by the way. Hop to it, 3 mana, sorcery. I think what you got to hive mind. Everybody in the content creator space kind of listens to what everybody else is doing and copies each other. And I don't really watch anybody else's videos. Very rarely. Every once in a while, I'll watch a video from the professor. Every once in a while, I'll watch a video from SB MTG. Jay the Villain is somebody I'm going to start watching more often because he's very similar to my channel. But I honestly don't follow many content creators for Magic. So I consider myself able to give a more nuanced review because I don't know what other people are saying. Other than Saffron Olive's had a few things on Twitter. I follow him on Twitter, and he's every day dropping a whole bunch of new pictures of cards and giving his takes about whatever. So hop to it. 3 mana for sorcery. Create 3/1/1 rabbit creature tokens. Okay, so this is for a rabbit deck. This is great. Great for the rabbit deck. Long River Lurker. 3 mana for a frog scout. That is a 2/3. Ward 1. Good. Other frogs you control have Ward 1. Okay, works for frogs. So it looks like Simic Frog deck is what you would have to do Simic Frogs. When it enters, target creature you control can't be blocked. Whenever that creature deals combat damage this turn, you may exile it. If you do, return to the battlefield under its owner's control. So you blink, you do damage with the creature that doesn't get blocked, and then you can blink it back out onto the battlefield. It's fine. 3 mana for 2/3 with Ward 1. It's okay, but it gives all your frogs Ward 1. That's good. Consumed by Greed. 3 mana. This is good if you can make a frog deck. Good for you. Consumed by Greed. 3 mana for an instant in black. You can gift a card to your opponent. Target opponent sacrifices a creature with the greatest power among creatures they control. If the gift was promised, return target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. 3 mana to sacrifice the biggest threat on your opponent's board. And if you give them a card draw, you get to put a creature from your graveyard into your hand. Okay. All right. Nothing special. Brazen. I prefer to just pick my removals myself. Still, 2 mana remove card. Still better. It's not better than a 2 mana Sheoldred's Edict, which is sacrifice creature, token, or planeswalker. Like, modality is very powerful. So, Brazen Collector. 2 mana for a 2/1 Raccoon Rogue in red. It is first strike. Whenever it attacks, add one red mana, 1 mountain mana, until the end of turn. You don't lose this mana as steps and phases end. Okay? That's interesting. That's interesting. I don't know if that's going to really matter, but getting free mana in a prowess deck might be good. Peerless Recycling. 2 mana in green for an instant. You can gift a card to your opponent. Return target permanent card from your graveyard to your hand. If the gift was promised, instead return 2 target permanent cards from your graveyard to your hand. It's good. It's good. Peerless Recycling's good. I'm not 100% a fan of gifting your opponent a card draw, though. Shriek Force. Shriek Force? I don't know. 3 mana for 1/3 Bird Knight. Really good graphics. Flying, Double Strike, and Vigilance. 3 mana for 1/3 Flying, Double Strike, and Vigilance. So it really is like a 2/3. Fly, Vigilance, 2/3. Yeah, it's good. Because you can put there. It's good for a counters deck. This will be good for Lesnia counters deck. It's good. Splash Slasher. 4 mana for a 3/3 Frog Wizard. Offspring 2. Get a 1/1 of it. When it enters, tap up to 1 target creature and put a stun counter on it. It's okay. Knight might be relevant. Yeah. Echo Slayer. You might be right there. No, I said this is decent. I didn't say it's bad. In the right deck, this will be good. And it's just an uncommon, so I'm not going to trash uncommons that much. And it's going to take a lot for an uncommon to be meta-defining, but like if you could put counters on this thing, Flying Vigilance Double Strike, it could be really good. And if there's an Anthem for Knights, yeah, you're right. You're definitely right, Echo Slayer. Welcome to the darkness, by the way. Don't eat our cookies. They're all laced. I can't tell you what they're laced with, though. Yeah, Give Mechanic is good with Shouldered and Fairy Mastermind. That's true. Very true. Good point, Sleepy. Ruthless Negotiation. 1 mana sorcery. Target opponent exiles a card from their hand. If the spell was cast from a graveyard, draw a card. It's got flashback for 5? That's a lot. 1 mana to 5 mana? That's a lot. That's a big difference. But this is good for a discard deck. Because target opponent exiles a card from the hand. So it's 5 mana to exile a card from the hand and draw a card. That's still kind of weak, but it does give you something if you got nothing. You're drawing 7 lands in a row. Well, fuck it. I do this. Maybe the 8th card isn't a land. I mean, I'm not saying it's useless, but 1 mana to target opponent exiles a card from their hand is good. That is going to go in discard decks. It's not going to be in my top 10 list, though. We've already got a bunch of those. Oh, this is on my streaming list? Oh, I put it on my wrong playlist. Okay. I guess we got some heavy shit. I'm like, did I put the wrong playlist on? No. All right, where are we at? Valley Rally. 3 mana for an instant. Gift of food. Okay. Creatures you control get +2/+0 until end of turn. If the gift was promised, target creature you control gains first strike. Interesting. It's 3 mana, though. It's alright. Galewind Moose, 6 mana for a 6/6. Flash, Vigilance, Reach, Trample. This is all green needs. 6 mana for a 6/6. Flash, Vigilance, Reach, Trample. That's what a 6 mana creature should do. End things. Alright, 2 mana for Repel Calamity. It's a white instant. Destroy target creature with power or toughness 4 or greater. It's a basic card. Fine. It's not as good as the other one, that you have the option to destroy that or destroy target enchantment. It's not as good, but it's a basics. It's not weird. It's kind of proving my point. This is going to be a mid set. It's backing the power level down just a little so they can jump it up in Duskmourn. Sugarcoat. Okay. 3 mana, flash, enchant creature, or destroy evil. Thank you. Yeah. But is destroy evil rotating? I think destroy evil might be rotating. It's not rotating? Okay. Alright. Excuse me, my mustache is itching the shit out of my nose. I got a rogue hair that's just like poking in my nose and tickling it. Alright, so Sugarcoat, 3 mana for a flash, enchant creature or food. Enchanted permanent is a colorless food artifact. You gain 3 life, lose all other card abilities. Maybe with food stuff that'll be good, but it's Dominaria. Okay. So you're right. For uncommon, this is worse. So Repel Calamity. Fell. 2 mana, black sorcery, destroy target creature. Not as good as all the other 2 mana destroy target creatures. But this one doesn't have destroy non-artifact. This doesn't have destroy non-outlaw. Like, so. Yeah, it says power or toughness. Evil is toughness, yes. But evil gives you the modality. So, I mean, I don't think this is bad, but it's a sorcery. I know, that's bad. I know that, Smurf. But that's what makes it okay. Is it doesn't have a destroy target non-outlaw creature, or like I'm trying to shine a turd. Let me shine a turd here, Smurf. Don't rain on my parade. I'm not going to add this to my deck, but maybe I can convince somebody, and then I beat them. Yeah. No, this is not the greatest of the set. so far. All right. Welcome back, by the way, Smurf. Quake Tusk Boar, 5 mana for a 5/5 with Reach, Trample, and Haste. That is what you want in Limited. That's fine. Red doesn't want a 5 mana creature, but Reach, Trample, Haste, 5/5 for 5. Yeah. Cool. Brambleguard Veteran, 3 mana for a 3/4 Raccoon Warrior. You do what you got to do, man. If you're lurking, I don't know if you're there or not. I assume you are, but I'm not. It's not good to assume things. Brambleguard Veteran is a 3/4 for 3 mana. Whenever you expend 4 mana, it's raccoons. Raccoon Tribal, huh? Raccoons you control get +1/+1 and gain vigilance until end of turn. There was enough good raccoons. We might be able to make a raccoon tribal. That'd be cool. I called it. It is. I called it was going to be mid or weak. I said, hey, it's furries. They're not going to make it super strong. They're going to back it down a little bit so that they can jump the power level up on Duskmourn and sell the fucking evil set. Because this is going to sell because, oh, cute, rabbits. I like squirrels. I like mice. Woo, Bat Tribal. Like, there's some good cards. Red don't want a 5 mana creature, but Rakdos might, yeah. Yeah, Echo Slayer, you're right. No, that's why I said this is good. For a 5 mana, uncommon, red creature, it's 5/5 with Haste, Trample, and Reach. Like, those are 3 amazing combo words on a 5/5 creature for 5 mana. Like, in the right deck, it's good, but definitely in Limited. That's a finisher in Limited. But right now, most, Gruul, this could also be in a Gruul deck. Like, imagine this thing in Calamity deck. Calamity. Yeah, exactly, Frozen Spite. But, like, this would combo good with the Calamity. Because that would be... You got this out there, you throw Calamity out. Now you've got 3 5/5s with Trample and Haste and Reach on them. Not that the Reach would matter, but 3 5/5s with Trample as Calamity goes out there. Elemental is a good type, yeah. So... Y'all making good points. I'm not saying it's a bad card. I said it's good. Like, it's not changing. It's a good card. Right deck. It's gonna do well. Intrepid Rabbit. I haven't seen any cards that are really just, oh fuck, we got to deal with this for 3 years. But Intrepid Rabbit is 3 mana for a Rabbit Soldier. We're down to commons and okay, we're almost down to commons. There's a few uncommons in this one. It's a Rabbit Soldier for 3 mana, 3/2, Offspring 1. When it enters, target creature you control gets +1 until end of turn. Shoreline Looter. 2 mana, 1/1. It can't be blocked. It's a Rat Rogue. Whatever it deals combat damage, Threshold. Whatever deals combat damage to a player, draw a card. Then discard a card unless 7 or more cards are in your graveyard. Can't be blocked, and it can draw you cards. And then once there's 7 cards in your graveyard, you don't discard a card. This might find a rat deck. I mean, rats have gotten stronger, so you might be able to make a rat deck. And it's a rogue, so it will go for outlaw decks as well. This might get some play. But Unblockable, don't sleep on Unblockable. Don't sleep on Unblockable. Bonebind Orator. 2 mana for a 2/2. Squirrel Warlock Bard. This guy couldn't decide what career he wanted to be. My compadre! I'm everything too, Squirrel Warlock Bard! I love it! 4 mana, exile it from your graveyard. Return another target creature card from your graveyard to your hand. Meh. Brambleguard Captain, 4 mana for a 2/3. Mouse Soldier, at the beginning combat on your turn, target creature you control gets +X/+0, where X is its power. A brown mouse, yeah. A brown mouse that's kind of mid. Like everything in the set. We're down. 2 mana for a green sorcery. Gift a card to your opponent. Destroy target artifact or enchantment if the gift was promised. Instead, destroy 2 artifacts and or enchantments. That's decent. Now, that's a decent gift. 2 Simulacrums gone. All I had to do was give you a card draw. I'm fucking fine with that. I don't play a lot of green, but that's a good card. Green needs that kind of stuff. Green does not have a lot of removal, so I'm fine with that card. Okay, we're down to commons. Life Creed Duo. 2 mana for a white Batbird, that's a 1/2 flyer. Whenever another creature you control enters, you gain 1 life. Ooh, life gainy. A bat with life gainy? Ooh, a flying 1/2 is just but it's whenever another creature you control enters, you gain 1 life. Life gains are this is gonna be a staple in life gain decks. I mean, have we ever had a flying life gain creature enters gain 1 life? Most of the, I mean, even the Lunarch Veteran, when it comes back as a 2-mana 1/1 flyer, it's not when creature enters the graveyard, it's when creature dies you gain a life. This is the first I can think of. It's a flyer that's a 1/2. What other guy? There's no guy that's rotating that's a enters gain 1 life. Lunarch Veteran might be. Yeah, I mean, this is decent. I'm gonna write this down. It's probably not gonna make the cut, but I might do a couple of videos on this. I might do a top 10, and then I might do best commons and uncommons. Who knows? Because I usually focus more on the commons and uncommons because those are the ones that end up defining the meta because they're ones that everybody can put in every fucking deck. There's a 1-mana lifelink. No. Not lifelink. Sleepy. Whenever another creature you control enters, you gain 1 life. Veteran's out. Okay, so this replaces Veteran. Thank you. Thank you, Frozen Spite. So this is Lunarch Veteran's out. Life Creed Duo's in. Sky Skipper Duo. Okay, we got a bunch of duos over here. 5 mana for a 3/3 bird frog that flies. Bird frog? What the fuck? Weird as fuck. When it enters, exile up to 1 other target creature you control. Return to the battlefield under its owner's control. Shit. Dagger Flying Duo. 3 mana for a 3/2 rat squirrel. Okay, another confused thing. Rat squirrel, bird frog. What the fuck? Mouse raccoon. Like, what the... Bat bird. They're all duos. They're all fucking hybrids. What kind of incestuous fucking is going on this Bloomburrow plane? Jesus Christ. Can you guys keep in your fucking pants? And it's not the rabbits either. Oh, there's a frog rabbit. Okay, rabbits are fucking frogs. Rats are fucking squirrels. Birds are fucking frogs. Bats are fucking birds. Bats fucking birds makes sense. Rats fucking squirrels, that makes sense. Okay. So anyways, 3 mana for a 3/2 with Death Touch. That's fine. When it enters, you may mill 2 cards. That's good. That's a decent card. They team up. Marathon, stop ruining my rats fucking squirrels dreams, okay? I want rats fucking squirrels. In the horny plane, they are hybrids. Yeah, they're just that is true. Enters is new. Echo Slayer, that's something I saw. They're just shortening the text. They don't need to say ETB, enters the battlefield. Enters is fine, you understand that. It's better to say it that way than and then specify like when it is cast as a spell versus like being just thrown out there as freebies. There's certain things that don't automatically trigger, but ETB is enters, yes. They're just putting less text on the card. I'm fine with that. It's fine. It's fine. I give enough shit to Wizards of the Coast. I am not gonna give them shit for doing a good job of editing your text down to be less. Dude, I'm a writer. Fuck yes, it's a hard thing to do. It's a hard thing to cut words. Fucking murdering your darlings is hard, but it looks better. Thank you. Thank you, Wizards of the Coast. This might be the only compliment I ever give you. All right, Roughshod Duo. 3 mana for a 3/2 mouse raccoon. Mouses fucking raccoons. They're all over the place. Trample. I know there's 2 of them. I get the duo. Just let me have my nice fucking raccoons dream, okay? 3 mana, 3/2, trample. Whenever you expend 4, target creature you control gets +1 and gains trample until the end of turn. That's all right. This changes in the rulebook. Enters equals enters the battlefield. Yeah. It's good. It's just cutting text. They got so much text on cards now. It makes sense. Trees card. I'm not going to give them shit for that. It's good. It's good. It's positive. It's positive. I know I'm very negative and people think all I do is talk shit. But if they do something good, I'm going to say, yes, good. Good job. Tree Guard Duo. I'm just honest and I'm a bitter old man. 4 mana for a 3/4 frog rabbit. Frogs and rabbits fucking folks. I mean, they maybe just be a duo, but duo could mean partner. They could be in a frog-rabbit relationship. Don't take this away from me, folks. Don't fucking take this away from me, all right? When Tree Guard Duo enters until the end of your turn, target creature you control gains vigilance and gets +X, where X is the number of creatures you control. I mean, that's a finisher. It gets vigilance, but it doesn't get... That's alright. These are commons. They're fine. Bravekin Duo, 1 mana for a 1/1. Target creature, for 1 mana and tap it, target creature gets +1/+1 until end of turn. Whatever. Light Shell Duo, 4 mana for a 3/4. Rat Otter, Rabbit Mouse, Rat Otter. Look at all these duos here. Man, there's a lot of cross-fucking going on. Prowess for a 3/4, 4 mana for a 3/4 with Prowess. That's good. When it enters Surveil 2, this is good. This is a good common. This is a real good common. They can be partners, but they don't fuck. No, Marathon. These rats are fucking otters. I mean, rabbits are fucking mice for sure. Bats and lizards, maybe they are fucking. But frogs and rabbits, I definitely want to see those fuck. Raccoons and mice, I definitely want to see them fuck. Rats and squirrels are definitely fucking. There's no doubt about that. This Light Shell Duo is decent. It's a little expensive, 4 mana for a 3/4, but it's got prowess and it surveils 2 is decent. Horse Human's not here, unfortunately, in this set. Glide Dive Duo, 5 mana for a 3/3 flyer. When it enters, each opponent loses 2 life and you gain 2 life. Shit. Kindle Spark Duo, 5 mana for that is shit. Kindle Spark Duo, 3 mana for a 1/3 Lizard Auto. I mean, this might be limited, but and when I say shit, I'm saying for standard. Everything I'm saying is related to standard. Let me just rephrase everything. Kindle Spark Duo, 3 mana for a 1/3 Lizard Auto. It deals 1 damage to target opponent. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, untap Kindle Spark Duo. Okay, we've had these before, and they haven't been 3 mana for a 1/3. They've been 2 mana for a 1/3, so this is a regression. That's less power. It sucks. Baker's Bane Duo. 2 mana for a 2/2. Squirrel Raccoon, that's cooking pies? Holy shit! Squirrels and raccoons are fucking, they're cooking pies? What the hell? It's creating pies? It's creating food? It's 2 mana for a 2/2 that creates a food when it comes in. When you expend 4, it gets +1 until the end of the turn. This is good. This is good for a food deck. Baker's Bane Duo. I like it. No humans on Bloomburrow? Good. Good. We aren't going to have some disgusting hybrids. Crumb and Get It. It's a fucking hilarious name. Crumb and Get It. I know a sexual joke. I'm running with it, Sleepy. You don't have to explain a dirty joke. I got a dirty mind. Crumb and Get It. 1 mana instant. Gift of food. Target creature gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If the gift was promised, that creature also gains indestructible until end of turn. Okay, so that's good. This is a great block. Block, kill the other creature off because it's +2/+2, and it's indestructible by giving you food. That's a good trade. That's a good 1 mana instant. Yeah, I agree. Let's write it down. Let's see. I'm trying to put them down where they're supposed to be. Crumb and Get It. I put down the 2 mana instant +1 when green. So Dazzling Denial, 2 mana instant counter target spell unless its controller pays 2. Pays 2. If you control a bird, counter that spell unless its controller pays 4 instead. That's fine as a basic card. Ravine Raider, it's still not better than the modality of the Phantoms. Okay, Centaur. That's my answer. Ravine Raider. 1 mana for a 1/1 Lizard Rogue. Menace. For 2 mana, it gets +1 and +1 until end of turn. These are limited cards. This is fine. Sazakap's Brew. 2 mana for an instant gift to tap fish. As an additional cost to the spell, discard a card. Target player draws 2 cards. If the gift was promised, target creature you control gets +2/+0 until end of turn. I mean, 2 mana to draw 2 cards after you discard. That's basic. You can give a creature +2/+0 at the same time. I mean, maybe that has some usage. No, not everybody's willing to put down in text how depraved they are. Heaped Harvest, 3 mana for artifact food. When it enters and when you sacrifice it, you may search your library for a basic land card, put it in onto the battlefield tapped, and then shuffle. Sacrifice it, you gain 3 life. So this is 3 mana for a food that can also get you a basic land. There's better ramp. Harvest looks fine for ramps, but there's better than that Frozen Spite. A 3 mana slot, you got to look at what else is in the 3 mana slot. And there's already better stuff in the 3 mana slot for that. Glimpse the Cube is 2 mana for ramping. No, it's 1. When it enters and when you sacrifice it. Oh, when it enters, 3 mana to get a land, and then you sacrifice it, you get a land. Okay, so maybe it is good. Yeah, thank you for pointing that out. Enters, okay. Yeah, 1 in and 1 out. All right. So it's got dual hole love. Okay, fair enough. Since we're going to be dirty tonight. Sonar Strike, 2 mana for an instant. It deals 4 damage to target attacking, blocking, or tap creature. You gain 3 life if you control a bat. Okay, this will be in bat decks. It's okay. Isn't Elspeth's Spite, isn't that 1 mana to do 3 damage? We just heard this, didn't we? Yeah. It's because we're at the bottom of my list. All the stuff I've just added. Okay, let's do this one instead. It's at the bottom of my list, so it's freaking out. Dire Downdraft. 4 mana, instant. This spell costs 1 less to cast if it targets an attacking or tapped creature. Target creature's owner puts it on the top or bottom of their library. That's shit. Can't kill Shelly, no good for me. Yeah, I agree, Echo Slayer. I don't like these kind of things. Like, 2 mana, there's already a 2 mana exile creature in this set. Like, 2 mana exile creature. I already went over this. Were you here when I did this? It's in one of my top spells. It's called Stargaze. Well, we're going to go back. Stick around, folks, because we're going to go through all of it, and then I'm going to go back with all the ones I wrote down and show you why I think these are the spells that matter. And you're going to go, oh, shit, this guy isn't a fucking idiot. Dire Drum Dish sucks. Saver. Okay. So stick around. We'll go over it. I've been writing all these, the cards that I think will be top cards here. I'm an idiot. Yes, I am. Thank you. Saver, 2 mana for an instant. Target creature gets -2/-2 until end of turn. Create a food token. I'm not big on those cards. Raccoon Railer, I play black. Just remove the shit. Why the fuck am I going to spend 2 mana to just -2/-2 and get a food when I can just 2 mana fucking buy? Raccoon Rallier, sorry. Raccoon's not railing things. It's rallying people with its big, huge blowhorn. Sorry. It's blowing. It's not railing. I apologize. It's using its mouth. It's not using its penis. 2 mana for a 2/2 Raccoon Bard. You tap it. Target creature you control gains haste. Activate only as a sorcery. Fair enough. Fair enough. High Stride, 1 green for an instant. Target creature gets +1/+3 and gains reach, and you untap it. The untap is key. This is good. Saver might be in. Yeah, but if it's a card that's only relevant in one specific style of deck, I'm not gonna say it's a great card. It's only -2, but Mata makes every opponent's creature have toughness of 1, so it might have its use. No, it might have a use in a deck, but it's not my kind of playstyle. High Stride is fine spell. It's a fine spell. Rabbit Response. Instead of rapid response, it's rabbit response. I like that. 4 mana. They're getting punny, very punny in this set. 4 mana for an instant. Creatures you control get +2/+1 until end of turn. If you control a rabbit, scry 2. That's 1 mana too expensive for this spell. Should be 3 mana and it'll be a good spell. Shore Up. 1 blue for an instant. Target creature you control gains +1/+1 and gains hexproof until end of turn. Untap it. This is Shore Up. This is literally Shore Up. And it's called Shore Up. It's just a reprint. Okay. I'm an idiot. It's actually a way better graphic, though. So, this is a staple. Reprint. It's a good card. Psychic Whirl, 3 mana for a black sorcery. Target opponent discards 2 cards. Then if you control a rat, surveil 2. 3 mana, discard 2 is back, baby. 3 mana, discard 2. So let's all chant it. 3 mana, discard 2. 3 mana, discard 2. Oh, I remember when this was big and standard. 3 mana, discard 2. Whoop, whoop. All right. Psychic Whirl. That goes on the list. Alenia's Pathmaking. 4 mana for a Otter Wizard that's 4/2. When it enters, exile the top card of your library until the end of your next turn. You may play that card. Next turn is big. But it's 4 mana for a 4/2. Shit. In red? No. 3-tree Root Weaver. Another 3-tree something. 2 mana for a 1/3. Add 1 mana of any color. That's good. That is good mana tap. This is basically not as good as the other one. That's 2 mana, 1/3. Add 1 mana of any color that can also tap and turn a land into a 3/3. Why can't I think of the elf's name right now? But you know what I'm talking about. But that's fine for a common. Banishing Light, 3 mana. When it enters, exile target non-land permanent and opponent controls until it leaves the battlefield. It's not as good as the Seal. Seal does the same thing, and it's got Ward 4 on it. So this is not better than Seal. It's a common, so this is great for limited. It's great for drafts. Bellowing Crier, 2 mana for a creature Fog Advisor, 2/1. When it enters, draw a card, then discard a card. Basic. A Gate Blade Assassin, 2 mana for a 1/3. When it attacks, defending player loses 1 life and you gain 1 life. All right, fine. A Gate Assault. We got a bunch of Agates now. 3 mana for a red sorcery. When it choose 1, deal 4 damage to target creature. If that creature would die, exile it instead. Exile target artifact. Whatever. 3 mana, that's expensive. 3 mana to do 4 damage is weak. Druid of the Spade, 3 mana. Rabbit Druid, 2/3. As long as you control a token, it gets +2/+0 and has trample. It'll be in Selesnya token decks, maybe. Beleated Provisioner. Pile-aided Provisioner. I don't know what that word is. 5 mana for a 3/4 flyer. When it enters, put a +1 counter on target creature you control without flying. Limited card. Night Whirl Hermit, 3 mana for a 1/4 with Vigilance. It's a rat rogue. It's a rat. So they're doing a lot of rats. Rats will definitely be a thing. As long as 7 or more cards are in your graveyard, it gets +1/+0 and can't be blocked. So it'll be a 2/4 and can't be blocked if there's 7 cards in your graveyard. Rat self-mill might be a thing now. Nocturnal Hunger, 3 mana for an instant. Gift of food. Destroy target creature. If the gift wasn't promised, you lose 2 life. Infernal Grasp is 2 mana, and destroy target creature, lose 2 life. So, yeah. Shit. I mean, this is just for limited removal. Whisker Quill Scribe. Whisker Quill Scribe. 2 mana, 2/2 Mouse Citizen. Whenever it becomes target, it's got Valiant. Whenever it becomes target of spell or ability you control for the first time each turn, you may discard a card and draw a card. Fine. Sticky Tongue Sentinel. 3 mana, 3/3 with Reach. This is decent for a common. When it enters, return up to 1 other target permanent you control to its owner's hand. So this is basically like another version of the Pixie. This is another version of the Pixie. 3 mana. So imagine Selesnya with the Pixie kind of thing. Or Abzan with the Pixie. Black, white, green. To where this enters, return target permanent you control to its owner's hand. To return the Hopeless, return the discarding machines, whatever. Yeah. Warren Elder, 2 mana for a Rabbit Cleric, that's a 2/2. It's basic. For 4 mana, creatures you control get +1/+1 until end of turn, but it doesn't have to tap to do that. This is good for limited, not good for standard. 5 mana, Mind Spiral. It is a sorcery, gift tap fish. Target player draws 3 cards. If the gift was promised, tap target creature and opponent controls and put a stun counter on it. 5 mana to draw 3 is not bad. You like Discover? Yeah, that's true. Yeah. Yeah, put your Geological Appraiser back into your hand and recast it with the Discover again. Put your Discover stuff. Yes, I get what you're saying. Yeah, that's a good idea. Thornplate, Intimidate. That's not the color I would put with Discover, though, because Discover's in red. Red and blue, usually. But that might work in Simic with the Discover Zoetic, I believe it is. That discovers when it dies. Zoetic Glyph. Thornplate, Intimidator. 4 mana for a Rat Rogue. That is a 4/3 in black. Offspring 3 to make 1/1 for 3 mana. When it enters, target opponent loses 3 life unless they sacrifice a non-land permanent or discard a card. That's not bad. But Hostile Negotiator is a 4/3 for 4 mana that just makes them discard a card and then gives you a clue. So it's not as good as that. But it is a common versus a rare that I'm talking about. War Squeak, 1 mana, 4/A, enchantment aura in red, enchant creature. Target creature, and when it enters, target creature an opponent controls can't block this turn. Enchanted creature gets +1/+1 and has haste. That's alright. Rush Shield Rampager, 4 mana for a 4/4 Raccoon Warrior in green. It has Offspring 2 to make a 1/1 token copy of it. It can't be blocked by creatures with power 2 or less. Okay, that's fine. So you can't chump block it. Nettle Guard 2, white. It's a 3/1 and white for 2 mana. That is good, for white especially. It's a Mouse Soldier. When it becomes a target of a spell or ability you control for the first time, it gets +0/+2. Sacrifice it, destroy target artifact or enchantment. That is a good card. That's a good card. It's got options. It's got reasons to be in your deck. Waterspout Warden, 3 mana for a 3/2 Frog Soldier. So somebody earlier was asking about something that can take the place of March. I guess this would have to be it at this point. But a creature that takes the place of March isn't really good. Waterspout Warden, 3 mana for a 3/2. It's a blue Frog Soldier. When it attacks, if another creature enters the battlefield under your control, it gains flying. Whatever. Starlit Soothsayer, Flying Frogs. What the fuck has the world come to? Flying Frog Soldiers. Whew, I do not want to go to this plane. 3 mana for a 2/2 Bat Cleric. I love it. They're making so many Bat Clerics. I might be able to make a Bat Cleric deck. Flying. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained or lost life this turn, surveil 1. 3 mana for a 2/2 that flies. Not the best. It does have a surveil, but it's nothing special. Frilled Spark Shooter. Really good graphics. 4 mana for a 3/3, Menace Reach. It enters with a +1 counter on it if opponent lost life this turn. Once again, this is all limited shit. Polywallop, 4 mana for an instant. This spell costs 1 less to cast for each frog, so this is only for a frog deck. Target creature you control deals damage equal to twice its power to target creature you don't control. So, I mean, that's for a frog deck. Waxwane Witness, 4 mana for a 2/4 Bat Cleric, another Bat Cleric. Flying Vigilance. When you gain or lose life during your turn, Waxwane Witness gets +1/+0 until end of turn. 4 mana for 2/4 Flying Vigilance is not the greatest, not the worst. For a common, it's fine. Long River Lurker, 3 mana for an uncommon. It's a Frog Scout with Ward 1. Other frogs have Ward 1. When it enters, target creature you control can't be blocked this turn. Whenever creature deals combat damage this turn, you may exile it. If you do, we've already seen this. This is the second one in this. This is the second time. They printed this twice on this page. Something else was probably supposed to be here. Dire Sight, 3 mana for a sorcery is a common. Surveil 2, then draw 2 cards. Yes, please. You lose 2 life. Okay. That's good. It's 3 mana. Surveil 2, then draw 2 cards. You lose 2 life. I'm writing that down. That's a good comment. Dire Sight, man. All these cards are doing better than the Far Sight. Take out the trash. 2 mana for a red instant. It deals 3 damage to target creature or planeswalker. If you control a raccoon, you may discard a card and draw a card. Raccoon Dex is fine. Long Stalk Brawl. It's 1 mana sorcery in green. Gifted Tap Fish. Choose target creature you control. Put target creature you don't control. Put a +1 counter on the creature you control. If the gift was promised, then those creatures fight each other. There are better fight and bite spells. It's not going to replace what we got. Thistledown Players, 3 mana for a 3/3 Mouse Bard. When it attacks, untap target non-land permanent. It's okay. I mean, 3 for 3 is fine. 2 mana for a 1/3 Rat Rogue. Threshold, put a +1 counter on Thought Shucker for 2 mana and draw a card if 7 or more cards are in your graveyard, and only once. Oh, you can only do that once. That's shit. Scales of Shale, 3 mana for an instant in black. This spell costs 1 less to control for each lizard, so this is only for lizard spells. Lizard decks. Target creature gets +2/+0 and gains lifelink and indestructible into turn. Only for limited. That's shit for standard. Conduct Electricity, 5 mana for an instant in red. That's a lot of mana. It deals 6 damage to 1 creature and 2 damage up to 1 target creature token. Shit. Treetop Sentries, 4 mana for a 2/4 Squirrel Archer. It's got reach. When it enters, you may forge. If you do, draw a card. Okay. Carrot Cake, 2 mana for a common. It is an artifact food. When it enters and when you sacrifice it, create a rabbit. This is for rabbit decks, obviously. Food that creates rabbits twice. Okay. 2/1/1s. That's fine for 2 mana. Finch Formation, 3 mana for a Bird Scout. That's a 2/2. It's got Offspring 3, which is ridiculously high. Flyer. When it enters, target creature you control gains flying until end of turn. Fine. Limited. Not for standard. Early Winter, 5 mana for an instant. Choose 1. Exile target creature. Target opponent exiles an enchantment they control. Way too expensive. Shit. Steampath Charger, 2 mana for a Lizard Warlock. Offspring 2. You may pay an additional 3. As you cast a spell, if you do, Offspring 2 creates a 1/1 token copy. When this creature dies, it deals 1 damage to target player. Shit. This should have been 4 mana, not 5 mana. Absolutely unplayable at 5 mana. I'm still mad at that. Cash Grab. Interesting way to do it. Instead of cash SH, it's Cash Grab that way. Good punny play on words. 2 mana for it. Instant. Mill 4 cards. You may put permanent card from among the cards milled this way into your hand. If you control a squirrel, or return a squirrel card to your hand this way. Create a food token. So squirrel foods. Runaway Together, a common. Choose 2 target creatures controlled by different players. Return those creatures to their owner's hands. That's alright. That's for commander, that's not for standard. Might of the Meek. 1 mana for a red instant. Target creature gets trample and also gets +1 if you control a mouse. Draw a card. That's not bad. This is like the current one that's in mono red prowess decks. That's +1 based on how many of the copies of it are in your graveyard. I forget the name of it. And draw a card. But this just gives trample. It's only +1 if you got a mouse. But giving a creature trample in a prowess deck is probably more important because you draw a card as well. Sun Show. So you might see a lot of this in mono red prowess decks just because of the trample. Sun Shower Druid. When it enters, put a +1/+1 counter on target creature and you gain 1 life. But although that's probably not true, I take that back because Monstrous Rage gives trample as well. And Monstrous Rage is just the most ridiculously overpowered 1 mana pump card I've ever seen. Pearl of Wisdom. 3 mana. This spell costs 1 less cast if you control an otter, draw 2 cards. It's a blue sorcery for 3 mana to draw 2 cards. If you control an otter, it's only 2 mana to draw 2 cards. This is actually good. 3 mana to draw 2 cards is that's a good blue sorcery. It's not an instant, so it's sorcery, okay? There's already a 3 mana draw 2 cards. That's an instant that I put in my card draw decks, but having it with the otter, I mean, if you're doing an otter deck, that's no bad. All right, so let's go to multicolors. Here we go. All right, let's see what we got in the multicolors. So Glarb, Calamity's Augur. We've got black, green, and blue. It's a 2/4. Frog Wizard Noble, the legendary with Death Touch. You may look at the top card of your library anytime. You may pay lands and cast spells with mana value 4 or greater from the top of your library. Tap him, and you surveil 2. That's a pretty fucking strong card for Commander. I don't like these color combinations, though. It's Golgari plus blue. What is that? Sultai? Is that Sultai colors? I mean, it's good for a big creature deck. Cornucopia deck, yeah, there you go. I don't think it's going to be in my top 10, though. Balin the Haymaker. He is a 3 mana in red, green, and white. And he is a rabbit warrior. 3 mana for a 4/3 is good. Legendary creature. Tap 2 untapped tokens you control. Add 1 mana of any color. Tap 3 untapped tokens you control. Draw a card. Tap 4 untapped tokens you control. Put 3+1 counters on him. And he gains trample until the end of turn. That's pretty strong in a token deck. But it can only play in a token deck. So I don't think it's going to change the meta much. Dream Dew Entrancer, 4 mana for a 3/4 Frog Wizard with Reach. When it enters, tap up to 1 target creature and put 3 stun counters on it. If you control that creature, draw 2 cards. Haymaker with Gold Vein. Okay, that's a good combo, yeah. I mean, it's a rabbit. It's going with rabbit tokens. That's what it's going to go with. I'm sorry. I mean, you're thinking outside the box. I do like that Echo Slayer. Not to diss you, but this is a rabbit warrior. It's going in a rabbit deck. The rabbits are already making a ton of 1/1 rabbit stuff. And there's a rabbit, 2 mana white rabbit that anthems all rabbits. And it's a 2 mana for a 2/3 that anthems all rabbits +1/+1. So this is definitely going into a rabbit token deck. That's where it's going to be the strongest. Lunar Convocation, but yeah, if you can do it with the gold vein is good too. Yes. I mean, tap 3 untapped tokens and draw a card is decent. Because it doesn't say once per turn. So like you were saying, a Gold Vein Hydra, you get a 6/6. Boom. You can draw 2 cards every turn just by tapping those treasures. Yeah, you make a good point. Lunar Convocation, 2 mana in Orzhov My Color combo. It's an enchantment. At the beginning of your end step, if you gain life this turn, each opponent loses 1 life. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained and lost life this turn, create a 1/1 black bat creature token with flying. 2 mana, you can pay 2 life and draw a card. Ho! Ho ho! I like this card. This is a good card. It's 2 mana for an enchantment. If you gain life, each opponent loses a life. And it can also, at the beginning of your end step, if you gained and lost life, create a 1/1 black creature token. So you just have to find a way to gain life each turn. So it goes in a life gain deck, obviously. But for 2 mana, you pay 2 life and draw a card. So you're automatically doing the damage. So you just need to figure a way to gain life each turn. And you're going to create a 1/1 black creature token every turn. And do 1 damage to your opponent. Like, that's a good 2 mana enchantment. That's a tick, 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 tick time bomb. And also, Shieldred, automatically gain life every beginning of every turn with Shieldred. Hello, Lunar Convocation with Shieldred. Love it. Castrol the Windcrested. Legendary creature Bird Scout. 5 mana, blue-white in Azorius color for a 4/5 flyer. It's a Bird Scout. Whenever one or more birds you control deal combat damage, choose 1. You may put a bird creature card from your hand or graveyard in the battlefield with a finality counter on it. Put a +1 counter on each bird you control, draw a card. That's for a bird deck. I don't know. What is up, Nitrogen? Hope you've been well. We're going through the set review now. Vren the Relentless. How far down? We're only halfway through it, but a lot of it's going to be lands, huh? Vren the Relentless is a Dimir, 4 mana for a 3/4 with Ward 2. That's good. It's a rat rogue. Okay, we've got ourselves a rat champion. If a creature an opponent controls would die, exile it instead. Okay. I like that. Exiles all creatures. At the beginning of each end step, create X 1/1 black rat tokens with this creature gets +1/+1 for each other rat you control, where X is the number of creatures your opponents controlled that were exiled this turn. Oh my gosh, rat removal is a thing. Vren the Relentless. Oh. So you remove an opponent's creature, and you create 1 black rat creature token. You remove more than 1, you create X number based on how many you remove. But it gets +1/+1 for each other rat you control. So this is like Rat Anthem gone wild. I mean, I don't think it's going to be one of the top cards, but it's interesting. It's interesting for rats. Vren the Relentless. I'm going to write it down, but it's not going to be in my top 10. All right, Jev, Scaled Scorch. 2 mana for a 3/2. That's already good. I mean, it's got Ward 2 on it. That's good. Ward pay 2 life. That's a good ward. It's not hard to pay. Other creatures you control enter with an additional +1 counter on them for each opponent who lost life this turn. Whenever you cast a lizard spell, it deals 1 damage to target opponent. All right, so this is for a lizard deck. Sunfall is not rotating. Farewell is rotating. Echo Slayer. Sunfall is still the king of standard as far as wipes go. Moira, Trash Technician, is Golgari color. I'm sorry, Gruul colors. 1 red, 1 green, and a colorless mana for a Raccoon Warrior legendary creature. That's a 2/4. At the beginning of your first main phase, add 1 red or 1 green for each raccoon you control. Once again, these are all themed. Lizards, rats, bird, rat, lizard, raccoon. You know what? I'm taking Vren off. These are all just for specific creature decks. Raccoon Ramp, yeah, exactly. Phineas, Ace Archer. This is Celestia, 2 mana for a 2/2 with Vigilance and Reach. Rabbit Archer, this is a good card. When it attacks, put a +1 counter on each other creature you control. That's a token or a rabbit. I told you, rabbit tokens, baby. Rabbit tokens. All of those weenie white, all of those rabble-rousing players are going to become rabbit-rousing players. That's right. Rabbit-rousing. You heard it here first, folks. If other people start saying rabbit-rousing, you know where they heard it from. Then if creatures you control have total power 10 or greater, draw a card. So it's rabble-rousing. Oh, really? Both of them died on this date? Interesting. Well, we've got 3 hours until a full moon, so I've got 2 hours before, 2.5 hours before I gotta leave the stream, no matter what happens, because I have to do a ritual tonight. This is a big full moon. Zorline, Cosmos color, Orzhov colors, black and white. And a 1, so it's 3 mana for a 3/3 Bat Cleric! Another Bat Cleric! They got Bat Clerics! Ooh! Oh, Chris Cornell's 60th, it would be his 60th birthday? And Chester died on the day, okay. So Zorline, 3/3 Bat Cleric with Flying and Vigilance! Oh, this is a great card. Whenever a bat you control attacks, you gain 1 life. Whenever she enters or attacks, you may pay 1 white and 1 black and 2 life. When you do, return target non-land permanent card with mana value 3 or less from your graveyard to the battlefield with a finality counter on it. Oh, she brings back 2 mana. You can bring back a fucking Deep Cavern Bat from your graveyard and steal another card. Love it! Zoraline, you are my champion! Oh, we're doing discard bats for sure. With Convocation, Zoraline, Sweet. Oh, yeah. Discard bats is going to be great. Or return the enchantment. Yeah, exactly. Or return the enchantment. Exactly. Very good. Which enters or attacks. So you can throw her out, and then the next turn you do it. Yeah, you can go fuck off, Ghost. I don't care about viewers. I got enough viewers. I don't need your fake viewers. Alania, Divergent Storm. 5 mana for a 3/5. Deep Cavern, swallow it. Yeah, exactly. Whenever you cast a spell, if it's the first instant spell or the first sorcery spell or the first otter spell other than Alania you've cast this turn, you may have target opponent draw a card. If you do, copy that spell. You may choose new targets for the copy. It's shit. It seems like it's alright, but it's shit. It's too much. It's too expensive for a 3/5. And then it's only like Galvanic Interpretation if you give your opponent a card draw. Like, no. Mabel, Heir to Cragflame. 3 mana for a 3/3. And once again, Boros color, that's good. Mice, a mouse anthem. Other mice get +1/+1. When Mabel enters, create Cragflame. A legendary colorless equipment artifact token with creature gets +1/+1. Has Vigilance, Trample, and Haste. Equip is 2. Alright. Fair enough. It's okay for a equipment deck. Camellia, the Seed Miser. Golgari colors black and green and a 1. It's a 3/3 legendary squirrel warlock. Menace. Other squirrels get menace. Okay. I mean, that's pretty strong. Squirrels with food and menace. Holy shit. Whenever you sacrifice one or more food, create a 1/1 green squirrel creature token. Forage. For 2 mana, you forage. You put a +1 counter on each other squirrel you control. Holy shit, that is a... Squirrels are going to go apeshit in Golgari. Squirrel food, I'm telling you. All right, did we write that down? I put food deck, so I'm adding to it food squirrel deck. Clement the Worrywart. This is some Simic colors for a frog druid. I already said frogs would be in Simic colors. 3 mana for a 3/3. It's got vigilance. When it or another creature you control enters, return up to 1 target creature you control with lesser mana value to its owner's hand. Frogs have tap, add 1 of green or blue. Spend it only to cast a creature spell. Yeah. Clement, but I don't like this kickback. You got to kick back creatures with those. That's only so good. Plumecreed Mentor. This is a blue-white Azorius. 3 mana for a 2/3 flyer, bird scout. When it or another creature you control flying enters, put a +1 counter on target creature you control without flying. That's all right. Tycolor Mentor. 3 mana for a 3/3 rat wizard. Man, there's a lot of rats in this deck. Menace. When it enters, if 7 or more cards are in your graveyard, return up to 1 target non-land permanent to its owner's hand. Okay, this is decent. It's 3/3 with Menace that can bring something back, and it goes in rat decks. Fireglass Mentor. 2 mana for a 2/1 Lizard Warlock. At the beginning of your second main phase, if an opponent lost life this turn, exile the top 2 cards of your library. Choose one of them. Until the end of turn, you may play that card. It's alright. Wandertail Mentor. 2 mana in red-green for a 2/2 Raccoon Bard, another raccoon. Whenever you expend 4, put a +1 counter on it. Okay. Fair enough. Basic, but it's good. Burrow Guard Mentor. 2 mana for XX. Tribal vibes are great. Yes, I agree, Echo Slayer. I was always a cleric guy, but angels are decent. I was always a cleric guy. I want to do Bat Tribal, and we can do Bat Tribal now. We can do Bat Tribal. We can do Bat Discard. I can make bats go crazy. So Rabbit Soldiers Trample. Its power and toughness is equal to the number of creatures you control. Once again, Selesnya tokens. Selesnya go wide. We've had creatures like that before. That's pretty good. For 2 mana, it's good. Starseer Mentor. 5 mana for a 3/5. Already shit. It's about Warlock. Flying Vigilance. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained or lost life this turn, target opponent loses 3 life unless they sacrifice a non-land permanent or discard a card. It's too expensive. 5 mana. If this was 4 mana for a 3/5, this would be a good playable card. Storm Catch Mentor. 2 mana for a 1/1 with haste. It's an otter wizard. Whenever it's got prowess. Instant and sorcery spells. Cast. Costs 1 less to cast. Okay, so this is good. This is good for a spellslinger. 2 mana for a 1/1 otter wizard with haste that has prowess, but it also reduces instants and sorceries by 1. That's really good. Vine Reap Mentor. 2 mana in Golgari, 1 black, 1 green. It is a squirrel druid that is a 3/2. When it enters or dies, create a food token. Oh, that's fucking strong. Yeah, food squirrels. Food squirrels, my friends. When this rolls out, you're going to be making a food squirrel deck or a bat tribal deck or a discard deck. Those are the 3 I'm seeing that are going to just, based off of what you get from opening your packs, based off what mythics and rares you get. Seagrave Mentor. Boros. 3 mana for a 3/2 with Vigilance and Haste. It's got Valiant. Whenever it becomes target of spell or ability for the first time, put a +1 counter on it. It's alright. Lily Splash Mentor. 4 mana for a 4/4. It's a frog druid with reach. For 3 mana, 1 green, 1 blue, and 1 of anything. You can exile another target creature you control and return to the battlefield under its owner's control with a +1 counter on it. Activate only as a sorcery. I mean, it helps with the ETB kind of stuff. That's cool. Seed Pod Squire. 4 mana in blue or white. It's a bird scout. It's a 3/3 flyer. When it attacks target creature control without flying, it gets +1. There's a lot of these flyers. Target creature without flying gets +1. That's alright. It's a common. Mind Drill Assailant. It is 2 mana and 2 blue or black in Dimir. Rat Warlock. Another rat. Okay, so 4 mana for a 2/5. That has Threshold. As long as 7 or more cards are in your graveyard, it gets +3/+0. So 4 mana for a 5/5 if you got in a self-mill deck is good. And it can Surveil 1 for 3 mana. So it can help get itself to the +3/+0. This is a decent common. Cindering Cutthroat, 3 mana for a 3/2. It's a lizard assassin. It enters with a +1 counter if an opponent lost life this turn. 2 mana, 1 white, 1 black or red, and a 1 colorless. It gains menace. Jungleblade Bruiser, 5 mana for a 4/5, and go in Gruul colors, green. I do like these kind of cards, green or red, so you can put it in an all red, put it in all green. You don't have to have both colors. So Raccoon Berserker, it tramples. Whenever you expend 4, it gets +2/+1 until the end of turn. Decent. Not, I mean, 4/5 for 5 is not the greatest. 5 mana for a 3/2. This thing better be good. When it enters, create 2/1. 1/1 white rabbit creature tokens. Okay, so it's 5 mana for a 3/2 and 2 1/1s. So that's 5/4 technically in value. And for a token deck and for a rabbit go wide deck, especially if you've got your rabbit, every rabbit gets +1/+1 on the board. That's decent. Moonrise Cleric. For going wide, that's good for going wide. Moonrise Cleric, 3 mana, another cleric, another back cleric. Sweet. We could do straight up back clerics instead of just clerics. 3 mana for a 2/3 flyer that whenever it attacks you gain a life. Tempest Angler. Oh, this is so good. 3 mana, red or blue. It's a 2/2 Otter Wizard. Whenever you cast a non-creature spell, put a +1 counter on it. Spellslinger deck's good. Corpseberry Cultivator. 3 mana in Golgari, black or green. It's a 2/3 Squirrel Warlock. Beginning of combat on your turn, you may forge. Whenever you forge, put a +1 counter on it. Veteran Guard Mouse, 4 mana for a 3/4. Valiant, whenever he becomes target of a spell, it gets +1/+0, gains first strike. Scry 1. Nah, not really. Pawn Prophet, 2 mana for a 1/1. When it enters, draw a card. That's fine. This is fine. I'm going to write that one down. What makes this one go on my list is that the enchantment Spirit Dog, whatever it was called, in white, that was 2 mana, draw a card, was a staple for 3 years in the enchantment deck. This can be in a green deck, this can be in a blue deck. There's a lot of decks that play green, and there are a lot of decks that play blue. It's 2 mana, 1/1 that draws you a card. That's good. That's good. Chump blocker, and it draws you a card. That's good. Tangle Tumbler, colorless now. 3 mana colors for a 6/6 artifact vehicle. It's got vigilance. 3 mana tap it, put a +1 counter on target creature. Tap 2 untapped tokens you control. It becomes an artifact creature until end of turn. So it's a vehicle that can only attack if it doesn't say the driving it, whatever they call that. So you got to tap 2. I mean, think of this in a rabbit deck. Tap 2 1/1 rabbits, and it becomes a 6/6 artifact creature with vigilance, by the way. So the draw dot, you still play it in a lot of your winning white decks. Cool. Crew costs. Thank you, crew. Thank you, Marathon. Thank you. Yeah, Spirit Dog. I don't remember that. It's Spirit something, but it's a dog. I call it Spirit Dog. Rabbits make food, tap food. Yeah, true, exactly. 2 food tokens tapped, becomes an artifact creature. This is decent. This is going to get some play, I'm sure. Vehicles are always decent. I'm not going to put it on my list, but it's decent. This will get some play. Starforged Sword, 4 mana for an artifact equipment. Gift to tap fish. When it enters, if the gift was promised, attach it. So you can attach it for free by giving them a 1/1 fish. Equipment creature gets +3/+3 and loses flying. So this just goes on non-flyers. I mean, you +3/+3 on something that's already got trample. You give them a 1/1 creature and it's automatic attack. 4 mana for 3. It's decent. I don't think equipment decks are that great. Heirloom Epic, 1 mana for artifact. For 4 mana and tap it, you draw a card. For each mana in this ability's activation cost, you may tap an untapped creature you control rather than pay that mana. So it's Convoke, basically. Convoke 4 mice, 4 rabbits, and you can draw a card. Activate only as a sorcery. Fine. It's fine. It's fair. It's a draw card thing. Synergy with the buff non-flyer bird cards? Yes. Yes, Echo Slayer. It's true. Patchwork Banner. This is a 3-mana artifact. As it enters, choose a creature type. Creatures you control of the chosen type get +1/+1. 3-mana Anthem, and you get to choose the creature type. That's good, and it's also a mana rock. Oh, add 1 mana of any color. Okay, so we were talking about any good artifacts. Well, that we hadn't gotten to the color list yet. That's good. 3-mana mana rock. But it also gives creatures, it's an anthem. This is like the throne, the golden throne or whatever it's called, that you pick something and it doubles the ETBs. This is a mana rock. This is Celestis that doesn't give you life or draw you cards, but instead it anthems one specific type of creatures with all the tribal synergy in this deck. That is a great card. 3-tree mascot, 2 mana for a 2/1 artifact creature shapeshifter. It is every creature type. That's interesting. Though I like changelings. It's good. 1 mana, add 1 mana. It's a mana tap as well. Yeah, Echo Slayer. It's good. Fountain Sport Bell. 1 mana for an artifact. When it enters, you may search your library for a basic land card, reveal it, then shuffle and put that card on top. Sacrifice it, draw a card. Okay. It's interesting that you get to shuffle. I really like that. This is a 1 mana shuffle up your deck. 1 mana, give me a land, and I shuffle up my deck. I get a land on top, and everything else is shuffled. Fuck your original shuffle. That is great. I do like this Fountain Sport Bell. This will be a sideboard card a lot. I like that. Because 1 mana, you draw a card. That's great. 2 mana to draw a card. But it's also a shuffle up your deck shit. So you're not drawing any land. Boom. Then throw that down. You're drawing all land. Boom. Throw it down. So what? I get 1 more land, but it's shuffling on my deck. Maybe my land pocket's 10 down now. We all know the shuffler sucks. Bumbleflower's Share Pot. 2 mana. When it enters, create a food token. Okay. 2 mana to create a food token. 5 mana and sacrifice it. Destroy target non-land permanent. Activate only as a sorcery. That's not horrible. All right, Bank Form Harvester. 3 mana for an artifact creature. It's a shapeshifter. It's a changeling that can be. It's every creature type. It's got reach. 2 mana. Put target card from your graveyard on the bottom of your library. From your graveyard on the bottom of your library. So you can put things in your. This will work with a Fountain Bell. So you can put a card from your graveyard into your library, then you shuffle up, and it might get it next. All right, so that is all of the cards. The rest we have is lands. All right, let's take a look at these lands real quick. Oh, Marathon's saying I can't keep getting away with what? Going to the bathroom? Spending 4 hours before I go to the bathroom? Alright, so 3-Tree City is a legendary land. As it enters, choose a creature type. Add 1 colorless mana for 2 mana and tap it. You choose a color, add an amount of mana of that color equal to the number of creatures you control of the chosen type. So this will work for all of the tribal synergy that's in this set. Rabbits, bats, squirrels, you name it. 2 mana to, as long as you've got 3 or more of the creatures, it's worth it. Fair enough. Fabled Passage. Sacrifice it. Search for a basic land, then put it on the battlefield tapped. If you control 4 or more lands, untap that land. It's fine. Fountain Port. It's a colorless land, tap colorless. 2 mana, tap it, sacrifice a token, draw a card. Oh! So sacrifice a rabbit, 1/1 rabbit, draw a card. 3 mana, tap it, pay 1 life, create a 1/1 blue fish creature token. So it can create its own tokens 1 turn. On the next turn, it can sacrifice it and draw a card. Interesting. And it can also create a treasure token for 4 mana. Interesting. Interesting. That's an interesting land. That's going to be useful. Not in every deck, but that's going to be useful. All right. Hidden Grotto. This is a basic land. When it enters Surveil 1, Surveil is always good. It doesn't say it comes in tapped, so this comes in regular, untapped. Surveil lands are great. Fountain Port is a Mirrex replacement. Yeah. It's the same. 3 mana, pay a life, create a fish creature token. It's something that can block too. So that's the one problem with Mirrex is it's a might that can't block. This is good. No, Fountain Port is good because it's got so much flexibility to it. That's good. Hidden Grotto is tap, add colorless. 1 mana tap, add 1 mana of any color. So this is basically just this. We had one in OTJ that was exactly like this. I can't think of the name of it, but it's a desert. It does the same exact thing as this. This is just the same thing as this. But this is just a land. It's not a desert, so it's a little bit of a downgrade. Because deserts actually have, like, synergy. Uncharted Haven is a land. It enters tapped, and you choose a color. It's whatever color you want. That's fine. I like these kind of things because it helps you find what you want to find. Especially since Trinomes are going to be gone. This is going to be big, and, like, domain-style decks are going to have a bunch of these. Lupin Flower Village. This is a white land. It looks like white land. Okay, it is white land. It's colorless or white to cast a creature spell. 1 white and 1 colorless, you tap it, and you may look at the top 6 of cards of your library. You may reveal a bat, bird, mouse, or rabbit card from among them. Put it in your hand. Put the rest at the bottom of your library in a random order. That is fucking sweet. Bat, bird, mouse, or rabbit. So if you have a synergy deck of any sort of those 4, this is going to be a 4 of in your thing. I mean, this is great. Lupin Village. It looks like they got a bunch of villages here. 1 for every color of land. So let's look at the differences. So Lily Pad Village in blue is add. So they're all add the color to cast only creatures. So so the blue one is only 1 island. Tap it. You surveil 2. Activate only if a bird, frog, otter, or rat entered the battlefield under your control this turn. So surveilling, but it has more ifs. Lupin Village is better. Mudflat Village. Now, I'm going to be doing Orzhov, obviously. We're going to be doing Orzhov Life Gain or Clerics or Bat Tribal or Discard or whatever you may name it. So I'm going to be using Lupin Flower Mudflat, most likely. So, same thing. What is it? 2 mana, 1 of them black. Sacrifice it. Return target bat, lizard, rat, or squirrel card from your graveyard to your hand. Okay, that's a sacrifice. Oh, that's sacrifice on both of them. Okay. I mean, that's not bad. Yeah, gets you another creature. You can cast your creatures, and then when you got plenty of land and you don't need any more, give yourself a creature. 2 different ways to do it. Rockface Village is red, and for 1 red, and tap it. Target lizard, mouse, otter, or raccoon you control gets +1 and gains haste. Activate only as a sorcery. So the blue and the red don't sacrifice, but they require specific creature types out there to work. Green, Oak Hollow Village is 1 in forest. Tap it, put a +1 counter on each frog, rabbit, raccoon, or squirrel that you control that entered the battlefield this turn, so it's only for this turn. So I still think these black and white ones are the best. The blue one would be close because Surveilling 2 is really strong. And you can have a rat, bird, frog, or otter. That you just have to have 1 of those. But like this is the best because you don't have to have anything in your graveyard. You just sack it, look at the top 6 cards of your library, and pick 1 that's a bat, bird, mouse, or rabbit. So obviously in the kind of deck you're gonna hit on this a lot. The Mudflat Village requires something in the graveyard, but you already know what's in there. Deep Cavern Bat, let's say. Bring it back, put it in your hand. That's good. All right, so we're going to go back through, and we're going to show you the ones that I said are going to be the best cards of the set that are going to end up being in my top 10 list. So let's go to the very top where we started. So I did say Ryle. This is the only Planeswalker. There's only like 1 Planeswalker in this set. Where are the fucking Planeswalkers in this set? This can't be. This can't be all of them. There's only 1 Planeswalker in the whole entire fucking set. The fuck, man? It's an alright Planeswalker. For is it? So, Infamous Cruel Claw is the first card I said. Left for summer holiday. Yeah, Neptune. Infamous Cruel Claw is a 3/3 in Rakdos colors. It's 3 mana for a 3/3 with menace. Whenever it deals combat damage to a player, exile cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land card. So cascade your library. Oh, they only do 1 or 2 Planeswalkers per set now on? Okay. Fuck them. I like Planeswalkers. All right. Exile the cards from the top of your library until you exile a non-land card. So cascade it to a non-land. You may cast that card by discarding a card rather than paying its mana cost. This is going to be really strong in Rakdos Sacrifice type decks. Because, that, like I explained at the very beginning of the stream, I can see this. I cascade into a Vein Ripper, I discard a land, and I get a Vein Ripper out for free. It's got Menace, so if it doesn't get removed right away, it's got a high likelihood on turn 4 of actually hitting the opponent. Especially if you're in black and red, you can remove a creature so that there's only one creature on the board, so its Menace lets it deal combat damage to a player. So I think this Infamous Cruel Claw is going to be really strong. This is going to be like Glissa. In my opinion, this is like Glissa, but for Rakdos, okay? That's what I'm going to say. I didn't put this on my list, but now that I've looked through the whole set, this is going to be really strong. 5 mana for a 6/6, Urga, Eater of All, Legendary Elemental Cat. Ward is Sacrifice of Food. Other creatures are food artifacts in addition to their other types. So every creature, except for her, becomes a food artifact. So the opponent, basically this is Ward Sacrifice a Food, but it's basically Ward Sacrifice a creature or food. Think of it that way, because all your creatures turn into food. I didn't put this on my list because I don't think it's one of the top 10. But because it's going to only go in food decks. Opponent has to sacrifice a creature to target it. Yes. Yes, Sleepy. Tap. Sacrifices permanent, you gain 3 life. Oh, that's the food thing. Whenever a food is put into a graveyard from the battlefield, put 2/+1 counters on Urga, Eater of All. She's already a 6/6 for 5 mana. She's already got a good ward. So you sacrifice a food, gain 3 life, boom, plus 2+ counters. You do that more than once, you keep whenever. There's no once per turn. This can be really strong. It doesn't have trample, but you put trample on this thing. So we're going to write her down. I didn't write her down at first because I wasn't sure. But now that I'm looking at the whole set and how much synergy there is in the set, she might be very strong. Yeah, all of these two with Vein Ripper. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, very good point, Echo Slayer. So those are the first two. All right, next is Beza the Bounding Spring. This is a 4 mana 4/5 in white. This is basically a creature that also does what Sunset Revelry for 2 mana does. 4 mana for a 4/5 legendary elemental elk. Okay, so it's elemental, it's cool. When it enters, create a treasure token if an opponent controls more lands than you. So you can ramp. You gain 4 life if an opponent has more life than you. Create 2 1/1 bluefish creature tokens if an opponent controls more creatures than you. And draw a card if an opponent has more cards in hand than you. Oh, by the way, it's a 4 mana 4/5 as well on the board. So even if you throw it out for 4 mana and it gets immediately removed, you're probably moding at least 2 of those. You're probably getting 4 life and 2 1/1 creature blockers on the board. You might even hit 3 or 4 of them. This is going to be a staple in control decks. This is going to be like the creature in the 4 slot. This replaces Wandering Emperor. It doesn't do the same thing as Wandering Emperor. Don't get me wrong. But this replaces Wandering Emperor. 4 slot. I'm telling you right now. Wandering Emperor rotates. Craft 2 of these. Put it in where the Wandering Emperor was. You'll thank me later. Okay? You'll thank me later. Prime Flicker target. Exactly. Exactly. Blink, 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 blink. Yeah, exactly. There's lots of uses for it. This is I'm recommending cards that I think you should craft immediately and try and build around. Okay? These are cards that I think are going to define the meta for 3 years, regardless of what else they print. This is just ridiculous value. Because if it hits 2 of those things, it doesn't matter if it gets wiped immediately. Okay, next is Maha. It's Feathers Knight. Everybody's saying this is one of the top cards. It's obvious. It's a 5-mana 6/5 flying trample. Ward is discard a card, which is very strong because this is going into a discard deck that has already discarded your opponent's cards by the time it goes in. Think you throw this out on turn 6. Turn 5, you throw out Aklazot's Bat. So if they have any more removals left, they get rid of Aklazot's, which turns into a land. If they don't, Aklazot's attacks, discards a card from them, then you throw this out. It's flying trample, 6/5, Ward is discard a card. So now they have to draw 2 cards if they had no cards in their hand. And every turn, Aklazot's is making him discard, or you're playing a discard deck. But creatures your opponents control have base toughness 1, means you can run a 3-mana, all creatures get -2/-2 in a control deck, and literally just wipe fucking every creature off the board except for yours. Maha plus Massacre Girl. There you go, Sleepy. Everybody knows that this is super strong. Right now, I'm thinking this might be my number 1, but I don't know. Beza might become my number 1. Right now, these two, Beza and Maha, they're definitely in my top 3. There might be another one that pushes them down, but these 2 are probably in the top 3 for sure. Okay? Like, these are the kind of cards that define a meta. That literally define a meta. Harvester of Misery, 5-mana creature, Spirit 5/4. When it enters the battlefield, other creatures get -2 till end of turn. Yep, discard it. Yes, I've seen that before. Toxrill will not still be around Echo Slayer, no. Toxrill goes away. But this will combine with this will combine with Toxrill in Historic. Okay, so those are the first. These are the first 4 that I think. These are the mythic rares ones, and then this is the only season I think is worth mentioning. The Season of Weaving, the 6-mana blue one. Okay, this one's going into control decks. 6 mana, you can draw 5 cards. 6 mana, you can return return each non-land, non-token permanent to its owner's hand and draw 2 cards. Or you could choose an artifact or creature you control, create a token that's a copy of it, and then return everything else into its owner's hand except for non-tokens. So let's see. You have a Simulacrum on the deck. You create a copy of it, return everything else except for the copy of the Simulacrum. You have, I don't know, an Atraxa or a really strong creature. Make a copy of it and return everything else off the board. And you get all those cards back. Your opponent gets all the cards back. This is a really strong control card draw spell. And even just 6 mana drawing 5 cards, because you choose up to 5 paws worth of modes. I call them penis paws, but they're just paws. You may choose the same mode more than once. So you can literally, for 6 mana, just draw 5 cards. Or you could copy one of your creatures or artifacts and then draw 3 cards. So this is going to be a good card. Next one is Valley Quest Caller. Another white. Okay. Nightclubber. Yeah, exactly. Yes, Nightclubber. Exactly, Echo. Yes, there's going to be a ton for Maha. Maha is going to be so strong. Maha is going to work so well with so many different things. So, Valley Quest Caller. 2 mana for a 2/3 Rabbit Warrior. Already 2 mana for a 2/3? Balmy. Whenever one or more other rabbits, birds, bats, and or mice you control enter, scry 1. Okay? So, 2 mana for a 2/3. Whenever a rabbit, a bat, a bird, or a mouse enters, it doesn't say non-token. It says whenever a rabbit, bat, bird, or mouse you control enter, scry 1. Every rabbit token, scry 1. And And other rabbits, bats, birds, and mice get +1/+1. It's an anthem for 4 types of creatures that there's a shit ton. There's a lot of rabbits, there's a lot of bats, there's a lot of birds, and there's a few amount of mice in this deck. So, yeah, this is a good Anthem Lord. Valley Quest Caller is going to be big. It says Shrouded Serpent, yeah. There's a Shrouded Shepherd. Well, it doesn't seem to do it. It must be spelled differently. All right, so, and then I said Valley Rock Color. I am an Orzhov player. I said this is another one because this is a Squirrel Warlock. And we already know that Golgari Colors for Squirrels works. So 2 mana for a 1/3 with Menace. When it attacks, each opponent loses X life, and you gain X life, where X is the number of other squirrels, bats, lizards, and rats you control. There you go, Sleepy. Got it right. 1 white. Cleave Shadows. 1 black. Creature, Spirit Word. Venture, creatures, but no. When it enters the battlefield, target creature you control gets +2. Creatures your opponents control get -1 until end of turn. It's all good, Sleepy. So this is going to be in the food deck. You're going to need this in your food deck. And the key is, these are not legendaries. This is an Anthem Rabbit Warrior that you can have 4 of in your deck. And if you have 3 on the board, all rabbits, bats, birds, and mice get +3/+3. Like, this is not a legendary. Same as Squirrel Warlock. You can put 4 out. Okay? So these are strong. The other one's okay, but the valleys are all good. But they're all tribal. All right, next one is Essence Channeler. Okay, this is going to go into life gain decks and bat decks. This is a 2 mana, 2/1 bat cleric. As long as you've lost life this turn, it has flying and vigilance. Whenever you gain life, put a +1 counter on it. When it dies, put its counter on target creature you control. So this is just a lot for 2 mana. Yeah, that's an insane card, huh? So Essence Channeler here is like Voice of the Blessed, because whenever you gain life, you put a +1 counter on it. So this is a life gain deck. It doesn't fly automatically like the Voice does after it has 4 +1 counters, but every turn, if you lose life, it can fly. So this goes for Orzhov life gain deck. So you're going to do stuff that does damage to you. You're going to hurt yourself. You're going to put card draw in there that hurts yourself so that it gets flying and vigilance. And then you're going to gain life and keep putting +1 counters on it. This, with the bat, that also is the new, remember, there is a bat that we're going to get to, that's also the new Lunarch Veteran, that any creature comes in and gain 1 life. So, Essence Channeler is going to be very strong. Crew Claw's Heist is another one I put. This is really good. 2 mana. This is probably one of this might be the top card. This might be in the top 3 as well. Cruel Claw's Heist is 2 mana, gift a card to where your opponent gets to draw a card before this goes off. Target opponent reveals their hand. So this is a card that you're always going to gift to your opponent. You will always choose gift in this. Target opponent reveals their hand. You choose a non-land card from it. Exile that card. If the gift was promised, you may cast that card for as long as it remains exiled, and mana of any type can be spent to cast it. So you force your opponent to draw a card, and then you look at their hand and pick the best spell in their hand, and it's yours now. That is better than Siphon Insight. This is discard plus Siphon Insight in one freaking card. You're stealing their card, but you're also stealing it from their hand. It's not like Outrageous Robbery where you're spending 3 mana and you steal 1 card. That's just the top of their deck. You're looking at their hand and picking the best freaking spell out of their hand, and it's yours until you want to cast it. That especially with discard becoming a very big thing in this set. This is big. This is big. I'm going to put this star next to this. I think this might be in the top 3 as well. This is going to be a really, really big card. Okay? It's a sorcery, but that all pilfer type cards are sorceries. This is pilfer and steal the card. This is a literal pilfer. Like pilfer is like look at the deck and get rid of it. This is literal pilfer. This is look at the deck and pilfer it to yourself. Okay. I digress. Keen-eyed Curator is next. Right here. This is a 2-mana 3/3 Raccoon Scout. We already saw there's a decent amount of raccoons here. As long as there are 4 or more card types among cards exiled with it, it gets +4/+4 as trample. 1 mana of colorless, exile target card from a graveyard. It doesn't say opponent's graveyard, target card from a graveyard. So you have to exile 4 different types of card types: creature, land, planeswalker, instant, sorcery. What else is there? I think there's one more that I'm not thinking of. But anyway. Oh, artifact, enchantment. Yeah. So you got 4 of those, 4 exiles, and it gets +4/+4 and it's trample. Oh, and by the way, it doesn't say do this once per turn. This is like that Lion Sash, except it's not 1 white. Lion Sash is exile, and you get 1 white. This is exile with colorless. So cast this on turn 3, you got a 1 mana protection spell up. They don't remove it. Or you use the 1 mana protection spell and save it on the opponent's turn, let's say. Boom. 4 mana's up. Exile the cards before you attack. Exile 4 cards. All 4 different ones. 7/7 with trample. Boom. On turn 4. This is gonna become a pain in the butt. I don't think this is top 3. I don't think this is top 5. This might be in top 10. But this is gonna be a good card. Okay? Spell Ire is the next one. Spellgeyer, there we go. Okay. Spellgeyer is 4 mana in blue. This is going to replace Memory Deluge. This replaces Memory Deluge. It is 4 mana, choose 1. Counter target spell or surveil 2, then draw 2 cards. Not as good as Memory Deluge, but surveilling 2. Look at the top 2 cards, pick whether you want 1 or 2 of them or none of them, and then draw 2 cards. It's almost the same as Deluge, but it gives you the optionality of countering target spell. So you can keep it up on your opponent's turn. They throw something big, boom, counter it. Okay, I don't draw cards, but I stop them from doing something good. They don't do anything I'm worried about. Use the 4 mana, surveil 2, draw 2 cards. This is going to become a staple in control decks. So, Spellgeyer. This is going to be a staple, around for 3 years. I'm telling you right now, this is the replacement for Memory Deluge in all of your control decks. Just put this in instead of Memory Deluge. It's uncommon, so you can craft 4 without even sweating the second that rotation happens. Okay, next is Bandit's Talent. Notice most of the rares I just skipped right over because there just wasn't enough that was crazy. Bandit's Talent. This is great for discarding. 2 mana. When it enters, each opponent discards 2 cards unless they discard a non-land card. So 2 mana, opponent discards a card that's not a land, or they discard 2 cards. So they can discard 2 lands, or they discard a non-land card. Basically what it is. Then, level 2 is 1 mana. At the beginning of each opponent's upkeep, if that player has 1 or fewer cards in their hand, they lose 2 life. So this is not something you're going to want to cast on turn 2 all the time. This is something you might keep in your hand and get other discard going, and then throw this out when you have 3 or 4 mana out. so that it makes them discard the last card they have. And then you do the extra mana on the first time it comes out, so that when their upkeep happens, they have one or fewer cards, they lose 2 life. This is a tax. This is a great tax for discard. 4 mana on the level 3 is, at the beginning of your draw step, draw an additional card for each opponent who has one or fewer cards in hand. Now, that's only 1 card in Standard. This is going to be even stronger, I think, in Commander, but I think this is a good card. Next is Overprotect. And this is going to be a standard in Green Protect. This is a new green protection spell that is just ridiculous. 2 mana, target creature you control. There's way too much discard support. It's going to be unplayable against if you're not aggro. Yeah. No, aggro hates discard. Yeah, I'm going to be playing a lot of discard, Drew. It's going to be rough out there for for most people. It's going to be all about, can you get a bunch of card draw? Card draw is what kills discard and counter spells. So Overprotect here is 2 mana for an instant. Target creature you control gets +3/+3 and gains trample, hexproof, and indestructible until end of turn. This is just everything you would want, okay? 2 mana for +3/+3, and one other thing is what a normal thing would be. But this is 2 mana for +3/+3, trample, hexproof, and indestructible. So this is useful on your turn to do the +3/+3 trample. So you can go through Sheoldred, who's got Death Touch, but you don't die because you got indestructible. This is also good on opponent's turn when they try to do a fight spell or they try to do a removal spell on your creature. Hexproof, indestructible. This is going to be a staple protection spell. Tamiyo's Safekeeping is great. It's still the best in my opinion because it's non-land permanent, not creature. That's what makes Tamiyo's the best. People don't realize Tamiyo says permanent. You could do lands. You can protect lands with Tamiyo's. What am I saying non-land? Tamiyo's can protect anything and it gives you 2 life. Tamiyo's is hexproof and indestructible and 2 life. Tamiyo's is 1 mana, is better. But this, for a creature deck, is even better because it gives you that trample. So you can use it on your turn to attack. It doesn't have to always be defensive. And that's why this is on my list. Next is Stargaze. Now, we had a good discussion about whether this was better than Avarice or not. Avarice is still better. But this is 2 mana, 2 black mana, plus X. Look at twice X cards from the top of your library. Put X cards from among them into your hand and the rest into your graveyard. You lose X life. Part of the key of this that I think makes this a good card in the new set is that it's modal in the sense that 4 mana, I can draw 2 cards and lose 2 life. But this is like Memory Deluge in the sense that for 4 mana, I look at the top 4 cards and I pick 2 of them. It's in black, so I lose 2 life. But instead of putting those back into my library, because it's black, the 2 you don't choose go into the graveyard. So there's a lot of ways where this is going to be used in self-mill type decks where there's certain cards you want in your graveyard where you can pick 2 cards to go in the graveyard and pick 2 different cards for different reasons. So this is going to have a lot of use, and where this is really going to be good is this is going to be a great top deck card when you're playing against all of these freaking discard decks and you're both on the top deck and you top deck this card and you have 7 mana out and you go X5, I lose 5 life, I look at 10 cards and I pick 5 of them in my hand. That's where this card's going to be great. This card is not going to be great turn 3, turn 4. Avarice, 3 black mana, draw 3 cards, lose 3 life is still better. Avarice at 5 mana, tutor for 1 card, draw 3 cards, lose 3 life, still better. But when you go past 5 mana, that's when this gets better. 6 mana, look at 8 cards, pick 4 of them, lose 4 life. Don't sleep on this card is all I'm saying. It's a sorcery, yes, that's what these things do. So it's not Memory Deluge in the sense that it's instant that you can put in your control decks and do on your opponent's turn. No. This is a set yourself up kind of thing. But don't be surprised if everybody sleeps on this card and all of a sudden people start to realize how good it is to look at X number of cards of your library and draw half of X. I haven't seen a card that's printed like this before. That's pretty good. All right, next we've got Parting Guest. Parting Guest. Oh, Parting Gust, sorry. This is the only removal that I think is absolutely fucking dog shit great. This is awesome. This is only for creatures though. 2 mana. Exile target non-token creature. If the gift wasn't promised, return that creature to the battlefield under its owner's control with a +1/+1 counter on it at the beginning of the next step. So we were talking about this, what's her name? Beza, the 4/5 that does all of that great stuff. We were talking about blinking it earlier. Echo Slayer mentioned blinking, flashing her back in. This is 2 mana to flash her back in with a +1/+1 counter. But if you gift a tapped fish, so you give your opponent a tapped 1/1 blue fish token creature, it exiles the non-token creature. So this is 2 mana. Your Shieldred becomes a 1/1 tapped fucking token. 2 mana at instant speed, whatever. Your Shieldred, your Atraxa, whatever it is. I exchange your best creature for a fucking 1/1 tap token. Good luck. That is good. That is very good. But it's only for creatures. So it's not good. It's not non-land permanent, so it's not going to make many control decks. But it is still a decent card because you're going to put it in a deck where you want to flash something / also get rid of opponent's shit. So this is going to be a good card. You're going to see this. It's an uncommon. It's going to be worth crafting for specific decks. Next is the duo cards. We've got life something duo. I can't read my own writing. Life Creed Duo. So Life Creed Duo is replacing the Lunarch Veteran. 2 mana for a flying bat bird that's a 1/2. Whenever another creature you control enters, you gain 1 life. This is going to be a staple in every life gain deck. This is your new life gain creature. This is your new creatures entering the battlefield gain 1 life. It's not as good as Lunarch Veteran because it doesn't come back, but it's a flying 1/2 that gives you life from every other creature. And it's a bat, so it's going to go in your bat decks. It's going to go in your bird decks. Just because it's flying and everything that uses creatures can use a little life here and there. So this replaces Lunarch Veteran. Mark my words. Already going to be in every one of those decks. The other duos are okay. I didn't put any of the other ones down because I don't think they're that amazing. Let's see. Then we've got... Okay, I don't know which one goes next. Patchwork Banner. Crumb and Get It. Psychic Ward. Psychic Whirl. Nettleguard. Alright, so... Okay, so Crumb... It looks like Crumb and Get It is next. Crumb and Get It. 1 mana instant. Gift of food to your opponent. Target creature you control gets +2/+2 until end of turn. If the gift was promised, that creature also gains indestructible until the end of turn. So this is just 1 mana, creature gets indestructible, plus it also gains +2/+2. You just promise them a food to save your creature. If you don't need to give them the... If you just want a +2/+2, it's 1, and you don't have to give them the food. So I think this is going to be in a lot of decks. I don't think this is game-breaking. I just think this is a card that's going to be in a lot of decks, and it's going to be around for a while. And then we got Psychic Whirl. Psychic Whirl here is 3 mana. This is just a discard. 3 mana, target opponent discards 2 cards. Then if you control a rat, surveil 2. So it's going to give you a reason to run rats with discard. So rats and discard is going to be a common thing. I might make a Dimir, black, blue, rat, discard deck. That might be something I make first off. We'll see. Maybe rat bat hybrid. But next is Nettleguard. Nettleguard. 2 mana. This is a common mouse soldier for 3/1. It's a 2 mana 3/1 mouse in white. It's valiant. Whenever it becomes a targeted spell for the first time, it gets +0/+2 until the end of turn. So if you put I don't know, like the spell we just said before, the Crumb and Get It, that gives it +2/+2. It also gets a +2 toughness. But for 1 mana, you can sacrifice it and destroy target artifact or enchantment. These are always very valuable cards. Cathar Commando did this, but it had flash. This is probably replacing Cathar Commando, just because it has more potential to stay out on the board with the +0/+2 on it, with the Valiant. But it also just get rid of enchantments or artifacts. Next is Dire Sight. Right here, 3 mana. This is in black, the same kind of thing as a Memory Deluge type card. Surveil 2, then draw 2 cards. You lose 2 life. There's nothing wrong with this card at all. This is going to be 3 mana draw. This is going to be the best 3 mana draw spell card in black. Surveil 2, then draw 2 cards. You lose 2 life. Doesn't get better than that, especially since there's a lot of stuff in black that say, a lot of creatures in black that say if you lost, or enchantments that say if you lost life this turn, then X happens. So there's a lot of pluses now to losing life on your turn in black. Black is obviously hurting yourself color. So that's Dire Sight. Then we got Lunar Convocation, Pawn Prophet, and Patchwork Banner. Lunar Convocation is an enchantment in Orzhov for 2 mana, 1 white, 1 black. At the beginning of your end step, if you gain life this turn, each opponent loses 1 life, so it's for life gain decks. At the beginning of your end step, if you gained and lost life this turn, I was mentioning doing damage to yourself to draw cards, create a 1/1 black bat creature token with flying. For 2 mana, 1 black, and 1 of colorless. Pay 2 life, draw a card. So this has ways of hurting yourself. So all you do is you throw this in a life gain deck, and now you can pay 2 life for 2 mana, draw a card. And by the way, that gives you a 1/1 bat, which with the other bat, that's going to give you 1 life when it comes in. Like, you're basically for 2 mana can trigger its thing. Like, you just have to throw 1 other creature in, a 1/1 or something like that, gain 1 life somehow, and then pay 2 mana here. So, and you draw a card, and then you're going to create a bad creature token at your end step. And once again, if you gain life this turn, so you'll also do 1 damage to your opponent. This is going to be a very strong card. And we put Pawn Prophet. Let's see, where are you? Pawn Prophet. This is what we were talking about, the Spirit Dog. This is in green or blue. 2 mana for a 1/1. When it enters, draw a card. Just going to be a basic card that goes into a lot of decks. And then the last one, once again, is here, Patchwork Banner. This is 3 mana. As it enters, choose a creature type. Creatures you control of the chosen type get +1/+1. And it's also a mana rock, by the way. It's an artifact. Tap it, add 1 mana of any color. So 3 mana for a mana rock, which is very basic, but it's also an anthem for whatever creature type you like. So whatever tribal you're running, this is going in it because it's a mana rock and it's tribal, and we are losing Celestis, so you're going to need different mana rocks than the Celestis in your decks. But that is my review of the set. I think the set is mid. I don't think it's ridiculous. I'll be honest with you. I don't think there's any game-breaking cards. It's missing removal. Like, there's no fucking removal in this set. There's no removal. There's one Planeswalker. There's zero. Is there a second Planeswalker? I think there's only one Planeswalker. There's one Planeswalker and there's no removal in the set. Very few special lands. These are all the token stuff, right? This is all the token stuff. But this is just other artwork that they're going to have for it. So this is all the same stuff with just other artwork. So I'm not going to go over that. There's already so much removal. But I'm just saying, like, there's no removal. Like, nothing's replacing Farewell, folks. Nothing's replacing Farewell. Farewell is gone, and it's gone for good. Like, nothing's replacing Farewell. Okay? There's no good Planeswalkers in the set. It's all just creatures. So, you'd rather removal than discard? I'm kind of with you there. That's what I play. But, hey, so this is what we came up with. So, these are the 3 types of decks that you're going to want to make when you open up your 10, 20, 50 packs, whatever you do. When the set happens and it rotates and all of your other decks are bad and you're like, fuck, I don't want to add something to it, you're going to make either a Bat Tribal, a discard deck, or a food/squirrel tribal deck. Those are the 3 themes that I see. And there's Rabbit Tribal in here as well. So we'll just put Bat Tribal, Rabbit Tribal, depending on what you want. Those are the strongest ones I saw out of the set. So Bat Tribal, Rabbit Tribal, Squirrel/Food Tribal, and discard. Those are the 4. It's all tribal and then discard. And that's what's coming out of this set. You're going to see a lot of discard, and you're going to see a lot of go wide creature stuff. You're going to Eater of All, yes. She's going to be good because there's a lot of squirrels. It makes opponent monsters food, correct. So the opponent has to sacrifice a creature to basically kill her. To remove her, you got to sacrifice a creature. Or a food, if you actually make food yourself, if you're a mirror match. So that is my review. This is going up on YouTube uncut because I'm not fucking editing a 4.5 hour video. I'm insane, but I'm not that insane. But anyway, thank you everybody for coming out. I had a rough day playing off stream in the arena, so we're not going to be playing any games, but I do thank everybody who came out.